of Hendry County right now, far southeastern Hendry County. I want to dive in and try to get a closer look at some of these roads. This is passing over once again the southeast corner of Hendry County now. We are talking, go ahead and shift that for you. You can get a closer view on our screen here. County Road 833. There's Molly Pritchard Road. That is where the area of rotation in particular is moving over right now. A second area of rotation, perhaps even a stronger signature, that is just north of County Road 833. We're going to continue to monitor this cell here in particular to see if that rotation holds together, working towards Lake Okeechobee and the Clewiston area. I do believe, though, we have a press conference ongoing with the governor. So again, we'll monitor this cell for you and we'll toss it over to that.
And then now to prepare and respond to this new major hurricane. The common virtue has been dedication. Dedication to the task at hand, dedication to responding to help our fellow Floridians in danger, and dedication to ensuring that Florida weathers this storm and emerges stronger on the other side. We are prepared and we will respond. I've spoken to the president. We remain in regular contact with FEMA, and we are marshaling all available resources to be able to prepare and respond to Hurricane Milton. I also want to thank the 20 other states who are assisting Florida ahead of the storm. This is just what we as Americans do. We've had opportunities to help other states in the past, including most recently in Western North Carolina, and I think it shows the spirit that these states are stepping up and providing really valued support. We still have a state of emergency for 51 Florida counties. Hurricane Milton is still a major, very strong hurricane. It's currently a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just a whisker shy of a Category 5. And while there is the hope that it will weaken more before landfall, there is high confidence that this hurricane is going to pack a major, major punch and do an awful lot of damage. As you can see behind me, the Florida Division of Emergency Management is fully deployed, fully active. This has been a footing now for over 2 weeks, given both of these storms. The state is actively fulfilling over 1,500 missions. We've delivered massive amounts of supplies, meals, water bottles, sandbags, tarps, generators to be able to help our local communities respond to this storm. We've also deployed more than 11,000 feet of flood protection systems and erected them around critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electric infrastructure. Generators have been deployed at shelters and to support sheltering operations. Starlink Internet has been deployed across the entire state of Florida. We have surged an additional 600 ambulances, and they are currently in operation helping in the effort. The state of Florida has considerable fuel reserves ahead of Milton, and it's staged, and they will be utilized as needed following the storm. We've already dispatched a lot of fuel in the lead up to this, but we still have on hand 1.6 million gallons of diesel and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline. There is no, right now, fuel shortage. However, demand has been extraordinarily high, and some gas stations have run out. To be able to help ameliorate that, the Florida Highway Patrol has facilitated 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts with sirens getting through traffic, totaling almost 1 million gallons of gasoline from ports in Tampa, Jacksonville, Everglades, and Manatee, and they are continuing with the fuel escorts as we speak. I'm in contact with the ports on the west coast of Florida. We'll see how this storm impacts those. Clearly, there's a chance that you could have a major impact on Port Manatee as well as on Port Tampa Bay. That could interrupt their ability to receive fuel shipments. And so we're working on contingencies to be able to keep fuel flowing throughout the state of Florida. As we saw this new storm develop, It was clear that a lot of the hardest hit areas on the west coast of Florida from Hurricane Helene had not had major, robust debris removal contracts in place or operations in place. Some of these contractors were good. Some of them were not getting the job done. So you had a major hazard on barrier islands in Pinellas, Manatee, and Sarasota County. So this weekend, I authorized mandated 24/7 debris removal. We took all the Florida Department of Transportation and other agency vehicles, brought them from all across the state, and they are engaged in other missions as their normal course of business, and dedicated it to debris removal. So in a little over 48 hours, and they were working all through the night, in the wee hours of the morning in places like Manatee, Sarasota, and Pinellas. They were able to remove 55,000 cubic yards of debris. So that's over 3,000 truckloads of debris. And it's our estimation that on those barrier islands, they were able to make a dent in the debris and reduce it by about 50% just from what Jared Perdue and the other agencies were able to get done. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in that. It did not stop since this weekend. We're now in a position where it's likely the conditions are going to deteriorate, and so we're going to have to wind that down. But they did make a difference, and there will be less damage from this storm as a result of getting that debris out than there otherwise would have been. The Florida Department of Transportation is staging the following assets ahead of the storm: 156 bridge inspectors, 328 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,500 pieces of heavy equipment. Florida National Guard, Florida State Guard, Florida Fish and Wildlife, and the Florida Highway Patrol have activated additional personnel in advance of the storm. We have hundreds of state search and rescue personnel on hand, 26 total teams. They are currently embedded in the potential impact sites along the West Coast to begin immediate rescue operations as soon as the storm passes. The National Guard is deploying 6,000 Florida National Guardsmen, as well as 3,000 National Guardsmen from other states. And so we thank for the support on that. We have 34 search and rescue areas that have been brought in from other states. We have 500 tactical vehicles, including 180 high water vehicles, aerial, water, and ground National Guard search and rescue teams. This is the largest Florida National Guard search and rescue mobilization in the entire history of the state of Florida. Our Florida State Guard is also deploying almost 200 soldiers, 10 maritime crews, 3 high water UTVs, 2 UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters, 4 drone teams, 15 cut and toss crews, 2 amphibious rescue crews. We want to thank them. I mean, this was just a dream a couple years ago that they would be involved, and there was a lot of unfair criticism when we stood it up, but they have made a huge difference in this hurricane season. They're going to continue to do it here. We have also worked with the utilities to have the largest staging of utility workers and linemen in advance of the storm any time in American history. We will have in Florida, by the time the storm arises, over 50,000 linemen. And those linemen are being brought in from places as far away as California. So as soon as that storm passes, you're going to see the assessments and the power restoration efforts commence immediately. Additionally, the state of Florida has assisted with the evacuation of 352 healthcare facilities in the potential path of the storm. 16 hospitals have been evacuated. The state veteran nursing homes are currently located that are in the cone. Are all accepting families of their residents to shelter with them. All of those are hurricane proof. All of them are outside of flood zones. So if you do have a family member that's in one of our state nursing homes, you can go and you can shelter with them. That's a safe option, and I know the veterans would appreciate it. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is directing deployment of additional 500 out-of-state law enforcement officers. These officers will help respond after the storm to maintain law and order. And there is going to be a lot of damage from this storm. There's going to be opportunities for people to try to take advantage of that. My message to you is don't even think about it. We are going to come down hard on you. You are not going to you're going to regret that you tried to do that. So I appreciate all the other folks from out of state who are coming in to supplement this effort. We need to maintain law and order. FDLE's mutual aid team is managing more than 70 active law enforcement missions, including identifying post-storm response squads, and these are really important missions, and we're happy for that. So we're preparing for Milton, but we're also still recovering from Hurricane Helene. When Hurricane Helene hit, we reactivated the Florida Disaster Fund. We are now accepting donations into the Florida Disaster Fund for both storms, both Helene and for Milton. This is a private fund. It's affiliated with the state in terms of disaster, but it's tax deductible donations. We distributed $63 million after Hurricane Ian to help people largely in Southwest Florida. This is something that is really, really important. So I've directed Volunteer Florida to keep the fund activated for Hurricane Milton. I want to thank, there's already been millions raised for Helene. I want to thank Lennar, Wells Fargo, Walmart, and Publix for making really significant donations. And I know there's going to be a lot more that are going to want to do it. To contribute to the Florida Disaster Fund, you can text disaster to 20222, disaster to 20222, or you can visit floridadisasterfund.org. So now we're bearing down to where the storm is going to arrive within the next 24 hours.
All right, you've been listening to Governor Ron DeSantis talking about the way that the state has been preparing and gearing up and having more resources available before, during, and after Hurricane Milton. And as the storm continues to approach, our team of reporters is spread out all across Southwest Florida to make sure that we can help get you prepared.
Sarah Mankiewicz is live right now in Punta Gorda. And Sarah, you found a restaurant that is still open right now?
Oh yeah, I mean, us out here in the field, we've been searching for food as well, and we have had absolutely no luck, but that's until we made it here to Johnsky's House of Breakfast and Lunch. They are open right now. They are serving food. They have got their breakfast and their lunch menu open, and the owner tells me that he wanted to be open this morning because he doesn't know when his employees will get their next paycheck or when people will get their next hot meal.
Mainly because I don't know how long my employees are going to be without work, and if they can get an extra day in and make a little bit of change, that's the main reason, and to serve our community.
Ski tells me that they'll be open until noon today, but for now I'm in Punta Gorda, Sarah Mankiewicz, and we'll be right back after the short break.
All right, we're going to take you live right now to a press conference happening on Sanibel with leaders there. Let's take a listen.
You can visit Lee County's website at leegov.com and click on the Hurricane Milton icon on the left side of the screen, and that will provide you with shelter locations and information. You may also call the United Way's emergency hotline number by dialing 211 and get information through that service as well. Lee County will be holding a Facebook Live briefing at 12 noon today, and I would encourage all of you to watch that as well. I'd like to turn it over to Acting Chief Thompson.
Thank you, City Manager. Good morning. My name is Anthony Thompson. I'm the Deputy Police Chief for the Sanibel Police Department. It is crucial that everyone understands the seriousness of this situation. Right now, there's a mandatory evacuation in place for Sanibel, along with a 24-hour curfew that will stay in effect until further notice. To put it simply, all pedestrians and vehicular movement within the city limits of Sanibel, excluding on-duty fire, police, city employees, and authorized emergency and utility personnel, is strictly prohibited. We're going to enforce the curfew without exception. Remember, these measures are in place for your safety. It's time to wrap up your storm preparations because the impact of Hurricane Milton is imminent. Your safety is our top priority. When the winds reach a sustained 45 miles per hour, emergency services will not be held until it's safe to resume them. If you've already evacuated, thank you for cooperating. If you haven't, as I've said before, please email police@mysanibel.com with the subject line, "Staying on Sanibel." Provide your name, address, and the names of those staying with you. After the storm passes and the waters recede, we will begin our search and rescue operations, and we will start with these addresses. In conclusion, I can't stress enough how important your safety is. Please stay safe, stay alert, and keep an eye on the storm. And most importantly, follow the evacuation and curfew orders. Your cooperation is absolutely vital in ensuring the safety of everyone. Remember, failing to follow these orders could seriously jeopardize your life. I'd like to turn it over to Chief Barbeau. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Fire Chief for Sanibel Fire and Rescue District, Kevin Barbeau. I want to thank Chief Thompson, City Manager Souza, and the entire staff of City Sanibel. Long hours are being put in to make sure that the public safety and the island is taken care of, and we really want to thank their leadership in moving forward here. We have a lot of flooding areas on the island. The island is extremely saturated. Our crew's been driving around all morning. Areas that normally flood during heavy rainstorms are already underwater by a few inches. Dixie, Bailey, West Gulf drives past rapids. Currently, Blind Pass is okay, the causeway is okay, but the conditions are going to deteriorate as we go through the day. We want to repeat what we relayed yesterday. We're looking at a 12-foot storm surge. This is a devastating storm surge. It's got the potential to have very serious threat, not only for your life, but also for our island community. We cannot take this lightly. It is your last chance to evacuate the island. Please heed the warning. We are beginning to feel the effects right now of Hurricane Milton on the county's barrier islands, and that window for a safe departure for our residents that have decided to stay is closing fast. If you have chosen not to leave, I'll say it again, your life is in danger. Please leave. We are urging you to get off the island ASAP. Our emergency services are soon going to be unable to respond as the safety of our first responder is our main priority. Please listen to our call, evacuate immediately, and thank you for your time. I do want to approach one more thing. Once we stop operating emergency services, the Sanibel Fire and Rescue District will go into a call logging. We will take all of the calls, we will prioritize the calls, and once it is safe to do so, and as long as we don't have conditions that are unfavorable and we are able to get around on the island, We will start responding to those calls and handling them accordingly based on priority. We don't know when that time could be. It could be early tomorrow morning.
All right, so you've been listening to Sanibel emergency officials saying, hey, listen, if you're not on the island, if you're still on the island and you haven't gotten off yet, you need to. They're talking about life-threatening storm surge, and they're not going to be able to come get you if you need them. So regardless if you're on one of the barrier islands, if you're in any of those evacuation zones, now is the time to get out if you haven't already. Now, one of the areas our team of meteorologists is most concerned with the possibility of life-threatening storm surge is in Charlotte County.
Yeah, and Joshua Cole is live and local in Englewood at the bridge of Minnesota Key. Now, two things here, Joshua. First, you say you're seeing people still driving onto the island. And second, what about the clouds there?
Look at this truck here going back onto the island. And actually, this is right after we saw someone riding a bicycle over the bridge, over Lemon Bay here, back on to Minnesota Key. We cannot stress enough the risk that is to do something like that. As we go on, that risk of that storm surge is really going to start to pick up for us right here. And it's been very interesting, even just in the last 10 minutes, watching the conditions change. I mean, right now we are at 10:30 almost, and it actually has gotten a little bit darker for us where we are with these clouds going. And I want to actually look at the clouds. I'm hoping it'll translate on camera. They are moving fast for us at the moment. They were going straight out into the Gulf, and now they have kind of shifted northwest-ish, looking for us here this morning. So a really kind of eerie conditions that we're watching. We are seeing some people coming off the island, which is exactly what we want to see here at Minnesota Key. We just had a big bout of rain for us. And again, I want to talk about that storm surge risk for us as Jason and Jim and Lauren have been going over the timeline for us of when that risk will really be picking for us up later on in the day. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. That's quite a bit that we're looking at. And I want to really briefly show you this water line at this building from what appears from a lot of damage here is a previous storm, maybe even Helene. 15 feet, though, would be way up at the top of this. So nothing to joke about here. Very serious. We're in Charlotte County. I'm Joshua Cole. We'll be right back after this break.
All right, it is 10:29 right now. I want you to take a look at this because we watched this happen in real time. This was a tornado that we saw just before 10 this morning. Our meteorologists were on the air when they watched it form, touch down. They saw it on their radar and then started tracking it right away. So this was just north of a Snake Road close to the Broward County line. This was north of I-75. We've got Jim Dickey here. Jim, you were on the air when this was happening, and the big concern at that time in particular is people evacuating.
Right.
Yeah, it just lifted north of the alley when we had that video there. And, you know, a lot of times we talk about the weak spin-up tornadoes within rain bands around a hurricane. That's not what we're talking here. These are full-on supercell thunderstorms and legitimate tornadoes in some of these cells. So there is quite a tornado threat right now. The environment clearly ripe for rotating thunderstorms. Go ahead and take Doppler 1 ABC, and you can see the various tornado warnings that are out right now. Clewiston, you just got those alerts to your mobile device for the tornado warning that is now in effect for you. That's that same cell that produced that confirmed tornado earlier on as the cell was moving across Alligator Alley. So the rotation has held. We're going to stay on this cell. We're going to watch it closely as it approaches Clewiston, and we're going to jump in and stay with the storm as it approaches town. But it's still about 20 to 30 minutes away. I want you to be sure, those of you in Clewiston, that you're thinking about now the safest spot in your home to be as this storm approaches, and that would be the lowest level of your home, an interior room with as few doors and windows as possible, and you want to put as many walls between you and this storm as possible as it moves in. Again, we have a tornado warning that does include Clewiston, and that is for a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes, not just radar-indicated rotation. This cell, we just showed you the video, has a history of producing tornadoes. Two other tornado warnings on the board. One is just south of the alley, so if you know somebody who is just now entering Alligator Alley, there's another cell that will be rolling over in the next 20 minutes or so. You might want to give them a call. And there's another cell. This one, too, had a confirmed tornado with it, video of a tornado with it in Broward County, lifting northward here. And still fairly pronounced rotation. If there is some good news, I look at velocity mode, and this is looking at how the raindrops are moving around within the cell. The signature for that rotation has fallen off a little bit. Certainly nothing like what we were seeing when that storm was moving across the alley. It's also further away from the radar, so that could be a factor here too. But if there is a tornado within that cell, right about there, this is lifting northward towards Clewiston. It will be moving quickly. It's moving about 40 miles per hour here. Switch over to our future radar. There's your cell lifting to the north. Time-wise for you, this is just about 11 o'clock. That's when that is going to move through you in Clewiston. So you have about 20 to 30 minutes in Clewiston to prepare for that cell headed your way. Again, the strategy, interior room, a closet, a bathroom. You want to limit the number of windows and doors, and that's where you're going to ride this thing out until it lifts by 11 o'clock here. A cell moving toward Clewiston with a history of producing tornadoes. This other cell is going to slide just by to the western side of Clewiston. We'll watch that for Moorhaven as we go towards 12 and 12:30. And then those cells lift out. Our models don't have additional rotating storms behind it here, so we should get a bit of a break in the action at that point in time, but we'll certainly be watching. Let's jump back and quickly talk about Milton. This is the 10 o'clock update. Northeast at 16 miles per hour. The movement, you see the eye has filled in. It's still 155 mile per hour, high-end Category 4 hurricane. The pressure has not budged since that 8 o'clock update. We're going to get a full update from the Hurricane Center coming up at the top of the hour. This is a big one because that update has a brand new cone forecast with it. What I want to do here, this is moving northeast at 16 miles per hour, and the center of Milton is actually close enough for us to see on our live Doppler radar here at the station. There's the center, located about 155 miles to the south and west of the Cape Hayes Peninsula. So let's track this like a thunderstorm. Let's say that eye wall stays on that northeastern track at 16 miles per hour, as its forward speed is right now. That would place the storm close to the coast of Sarasota County as you go forward in time. So you see these rain bands lifting northward out ahead of the cell. We will be dealing with that rain along the coast. It is going to be heavy at times, but there you go. That's what I'm talking about. There's that path to the north and east, if it stays on that exact course, takes this into Sarasota County, the outer fringes of those of the eye wall impacts, the major hurricane winds arriving there on that course by 8 o'clock this evening in Sarasota. Now, does that necessarily mean that's exactly the forward speed this will continue to take? Does it mean we won't see wobbles? Absolutely not. So you can't count on that exact motion, but an idea of what we're talking about here. And further, I'm very interested to see this next cone forecast, because you take a look at how the path has worked out recently. The center on satellite right about here. Note how the path looks a little strange and juts back northward. That's not because the Hurricane Center is expecting a quick jog to the north. It's because, as we've gotten position updates, it has fallen off the track that the Hurricane Center put out at 5 a.m. It's a little further to the south. You see the track taking that just south of the Tampa area, closer to Bradenton. So I will be interested to see if that track does come southward. More on that due northeasterly track like I just showed you, heading into Sarasota County. And of course, that will have implications here in Southwest Florida. A further south track that places us more in line with those major hurricane winds, and this is still expected to be a major hurricane as it makes landfall this evening. The timing, and again, this is timing out where the center will be, 2 o'clock this afternoon, 150-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane, still off to the south and west of our coastline. Landfall right around 2 a.m., still as a major Category 4 hurricane. And even if this does make landfall to our north, we're still talking a high risk of storm surge, a storm surge warning for our entire coastline here in Southwest Florida. We've been showing you those heights being predicted by the Hurricane Center. It's why the evacuation orders are out. We're going to try to dive in here and bring you some of those numbers county by county coming up throughout the next hour. And again, we'll be tracking that tornado warned storm as it approaches Clewiston as well. So stay tuned for the latest.
All right, thanks so much, Jim. So one area during Ian that grabbed national headlines was Fort Myers Beach because of the storm surge. Then 2 weeks ago, Helene came through, bringing more surge. And now, once again, there's the possibility of life-threatening surge with Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, so difficult for so many people there on Fort Myers Beach right now. Alexia Chiropoulos is live and local on Fort Myers Beach, where people are still recovering following Helene. Alexia?
Yeah, that's right, guys. As you can see behind me, these piles, massive piles of debris, about 20 feet high, this one, and there's a few others surrounding us here as well. Those are signs of recovery from Hurricane Helene. All these were dropped off over the past week and a half after the hurricane. And inside these piles, there's things like personal pictures and chairs, trees, as well as pieces of furniture. There looks like there's hurricane shutters in here as well. Tons of stuff. I could keep going. The list goes on in what's in these piles of debris. But the point is they're here. And the problem with this is if there is storm surge, which we're expecting within this hurricane for Hurricane Milton, these piles could just be swept through those mangroves behind us, which could cause quite the problem when it comes to cleanup later. I will say, since there's not much for houses behind us here, not as much as there could be if these were still on the Fort Myers Beach streets, houses should be mostly protected since those mangroves are there. So if you live near Lovers Key, which is where we are right now, Lovers Key to my left and to my right is Fort Myers Beach. This is just something that obviously we saw driving by. I thought it would be important to show you guys just how much damage Hurricane Helene left behind. So this is just something that obviously we're all expecting with Hurricane Milton coming our way as well. And of course, I want to take this moment to remind you guys, if you are still on Fort Myers Beach, now is the time to get off the island. So just make sure, if you are still here, take that as your warning. You don't want to wait much longer before you leave the island for safety. I'm reporting on Fort Myers Beach. Alexia Chiropoulos, back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Alexia. Well, parts of Iona saw flooding both in Irma and Ian. So as you can imagine, there's some concern with it right now ahead of Milton.
Yeah, NBC2's Kennedy Mason is there right now. Kennedy, you actually spoke to a couple people there who are concerned with Milton on its way.
Yeah, we're in Sunshine Village off Davis Road, and I'm here with Gary Carter, who lives right here. Now, you lived in this neighborhood during Ian, and you saw some major effects. Talk to me about all of that.
It's like a replay, and hopefully it's not as bad, but I lost my home here. Now I'm 13 feet up in the air on stilts. Probably the only person here in the village, I guess, going to try to survive this one up in the air, and I think I got a real good chance. My home's 180 mile an hour proof, wind proof from the engineers that drew up the plans and everything.
And, you know, we talked a little bit about this, but you had some PTSD from Ian, right?
Yes, I still do, just thinking back because of what's coming now. It's a scary thought. All my friends say, you need to get evacuated, get away. I got my vehicles out of here from underneath and got them a higher ground. I think I'm pretty positive that I'll be okay.
Yeah.
I shouldn't tell everybody that, though.
Yeah, and we already see some water right here. Are you worried about the flooding?
I'm not, unless the water gets up to 13 feet high, and then I will be because it'll reach my front door, my floor. I'm 13 feet up in the air. That's why I moved my vehicles to higher ground. So I do have a couple vehicles left. I think that'll be safe enough. I just hope to withstand the winds.
Well, thank you so much, Gary. We really appreciate it, and we hope you stay safe. And for now, I'm in Iona. Kennedy Mason, to the break.
We actually want to get you right out to that tornado warning still ongoing. It includes Clewiston. So we're talking about Hendry County, and we have seen a pretty significant tornado signature for this. So for those of you in Clewiston, in Keela, in Vaughan, in Ventura Ranch Estates, you are within this tornado warning. And here's that area of rotation we're looking at. So we're seeing on our signature here a pretty significant couplet is what we would call that tornado warning in effect until 11 a.m. So I want to go ahead and tap out of that so you can see this, and I want to pixel this so we can actually see what the winds are like within this tornado warned cell. So the reason you want to be getting indoors and away from those walls and windows, we are seeing this putting out winds at around 60, 70 miles per hour. And even if we don't see a confirmed tornado like we've seen already with other storms this morning, you're still looking at dangerous, threatening wind. So let's go ahead and get down to street level here so we can see some of the communities included in this. Again, Vaughan, this right now is about to be crossing over Bowles Canal. Vaughan, you are included in that. County Road 835 and eventually toward Keela. So let's go ahead and put a track on this. We are seeing a lot of these moving pretty quickly so far this morning, off toward the north at 26 miles per hour. So this will be impacting those of you in South Clewiston at 11:07. Again, a tornado warning still in effect. We are also still waiting on that big advisory update at the top of the 11 with regards to major Category 4 Hurricane Milton. So we will get you right over to that as soon as that advisory comes in. But right now, that imminent threat approaching Clewiston, we are still looking at a pretty decent area of rotation. All right, so let's go ahead and get out of this so we can actually go back ahead and put this back on a 30-minute time lapse so you can see how this has been working toward it and if we're actually seeing this weaken or broaden. So what we look for when we're looking at this velocity product is those very vivid greens and very vivid reds, and you're seeing that at times. Really impressive signature there. Those greens are winds going toward the radar. The reds are winds going away from the radar. So you can see we have seen that a new tornado warning issued just to the north. And I want to give you the broader picture, and then I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Jim Dickey because this is not the only tornado warning we have for Southwest Florida. We have another tornado warning just to the south in Collier County. And we can go ahead and switch this back over to radar so you can see what these storms actually look like instead of just our velocity product here. So switching back over to radar, we are still looking at a lot of this moisture and storms associated with Hurricane Milton about to be lashing our coastlines here. We're going to start to see conditions continue to deteriorate heading into the afternoon. We're starting to see more of those tropical storm force winds at play this afternoon, and this storm surge threat as well as the hurricane force wind threat kicking in by tonight. All right, Jim, what are you seeing with regards to these tornado warnings back inland?
Well, again, I think a big point here is that you have 3 tornado-warned storms. One of them, you see the sort of magenta flashing polygon. That's a confirmed tornado. In fact, here we go. And if one of you can jump into the NWS chat to take a look at what we're talking about here, that Clewiston cell also just popped up with a magenta polygon, which means confirmed tornado warning. So it appears we are back to a confirmed tornado with this cell that is moving into Clewiston. Let's go back over to velocity mode. That will give us a better idea of where exactly we're talking about in the storm that the confirmed tornado would be. This is just south and west of Vaughan. This is quickly approaching the Clewiston area, riding into the south side of Clewiston. So some roads for you here. Dyke Road, Route 1. Just to the south and west of you is where that pronounced area of rotation, where that confirmed tornado is. Again, either of you, once you get whatever wording is from the Weather Service as to how they confirm that tornado, be that a spotter. But we have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Clewiston, moving right up Route 1, the south side of Clewiston, that is, quickly moving off to the north by about 11 o'clock. That is when this cell will move over downtown Clewiston and head into Lake Okeechobee. So again, your strategy for dealing with a tornado, and again, this is not just a radar indicated tornado, this is now a confirmed tornado on the ground in eastern portions of Hendry County approaching Clewiston. What you want to do, get to the lowest level of your home. You want to get into a room with as few doors and windows as possible. You want to hunker down and stay there for at least the next 15 to 20 minutes to let this storm pass by. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. We showed it to you earlier on as this cell was moving by Alligator Alley. We saw the funnel on the ground. We saw the tornado from our camera there, and now a confirmed tornado once again on the south side of Clewiston. If you just got that alert to your mobile device in Clewiston, we are talking a confirmed tornado warning right now for this cell that'll move over downtown Clewiston.
Yeah, Jim, I just want to read
here this morning.
What the National Weather Service is putting out for this warning. So they said basically at 10:43, not a whole lot of new information from what you were saying, but a confirmed tornado was located about 9 miles southeast of Montura, moving to the north at 30 miles per hour.
North at 30 miles per hour. All right. So again, right there in the storm is what we're talking about here. And as Lauren was pointing out, even outside of any tornado potential, this is likely producing some very strong winds at this point in time. There you go. We have a little pixel here of a 71 mile per hour gust in this cell, in this very strong thunderstorm that has a confirmed tornado on the ground in parts of Hendry County. This is the south side of Clewiston. In fact, let me zoom out a little bit so you can get a view of where we are compared to the Clewiston area right now. This is moving quickly to the north at 30 miles per hour. This will cross over into Lake Okeechobee at just about 11 o'clock.
Hey, Jim, one more thing I just want to cut in because we got some new information from the National Weather Service. The other tornado warning for Collier County is in effect. They are getting a report of a possible tornado sighting near Miles City on I-75.
Miles City on I-75. So if we could also monitor that same camera that we had earlier that is along mile marker 51, I think we're talking a pretty similar location. We might be able, if we spin it around and try to look westbound towards Naples, we might be able to see something there. In fact, if I can go ahead and zoom out, we can maybe get a better view of that cell here too. I don't want to leave you behind in Clewiston, but this is the cell we're talking about that there's perhaps a confirmed tornado with that one as well that just moved across the alley that is moving quickly to the north here too. So that's a second tornado warning. But our primary concern at this point in time is our cell that is in the Clewiston area in northeastern portions of Hendry County, a cell that is quickly moving off to the north and east. Let me clear that wind out for you, which, again, even outside of the potential for a tornado, we have indications on radar of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds on this. So you want to be hunkering down as this cell moves into town in the Clewiston area. Let's get down to street level. We can call some of these streets out, pick out exactly where it is. Our radar is indicating that strong area of rotation. This is right along Route 1. I know these words are probably very small for you on your screen, but Route 1 here going right up towards the Clewiston area. There is Blumberg Road, Bowles Canal, a very pocket of stronger winds moving towards you right now. County Road 835 just off to the east, lifting off to the north. There is Vaughn marked on our map here. So we're talking just to the west of Vaughn. And this appears to be on a path that would take this directly into the Clewiston area. So again, the magenta flashing polygon marks a confirmed tornado warning for a cell that is moving off to the north and northwest at 30 miles per hour, heading towards downtown Clewiston. Lauren, what are you seeing on your side? Anything you want to point out about the storm here right now?
Yeah, we are going to still be monitoring this, and as we await that 11 a.m. big update, as we go ahead and set up our hand tracker system, we are looking at still that confirmed tornado warning in effect for Hendry County. So we are looking at this in Ventura Ranch Estates, Clewiston, Keela, and Vaughn. So as I take you back over toward those areas, and we're still setting up our hand tracker. Let me go ahead and make sure. There we go. All right, so we are still looking at this just south of Clewiston. So we are seeing a confirmed tornado warning. That is not always the case. Sometimes we just see these tornado warnings pop up as we monitor areas of rotation, but someone either spotting this either in person or on a camera. So we are looking at this actually confirmed. So just west of Vaughn. And for a moment, I want to turn this back over to radar so we can analyze the actual storm that this is in. We are seeing a lot of heavy rain with this. I want to go ahead and turn lightning on as well to see if there's any lightning. All right, so no lightning with this. This is mainly just this cell that is producing this area of rotation. Sometimes you can use lightning as an overall tool to see if this is strengthening or weakening. If the overall storm is weakening, we can sometimes see that rotation will broaden out as well. So let's take a different angle and a look at this storm from velocity here, and you can see down to street level. This is just south of Sugarton, Clewiston, Hooker Point, and eventually, if this held, this would actually be pushing over Lake Okeechobee, maybe as a water spout. So let's go ahead and put another track on this. These have been moving off toward the north-northwest at over 20 miles per hour. So still moving north-northwest now at 24 miles per hour. So this would be, if it held, approaching Harlem, 1114, Clewiston, 1117. Hopefully, as many of you are starting to hunker down for impacts from Hurricane Milton, I'm hoping even those of you inland are still indoors. And if you are in Clewiston, make sure you are putting as many walls and windows in between you and this area of rotation as possible here. So we are still going to be monitoring this. This is just the perfect example of how when we're covering a hurricane, it is not just a coastal event here. I mean, as you take a look at the broader range, we are still watching this confirmed tornado heading toward Clewiston, but I take you back to all of Southwest Florida so you can see across the region, we are starting to see some of those outer bands, all that deep tropical moisture associated with Milton lashing many of our coastal areas here. So I want to go ahead and put a storm track on a lot of this because this is heavy rain, and we are starting to see those winds starting to ramp up along many of our coastal communities here. All right, so let's go ahead and time some of these out because we are still looking at quite a bit of rain heading into the afternoon, and most of these moving off toward the northwest at about 24 miles per hour. So Boca Grande, 11 a.m., Naples Park, 11:01. Minutes away from that 11 a.m. update, meteorologist Jason Dunning closely monitoring to see when we get the latest advisory. It's a big one for Hurricane Milton. Fort Myers Beach, 11:05. Barefoot Beach, 11:05 as well. We don't have any tornado warnings along the coast, but we still are looking at those tornado warnings and that confirmed warning back inland. All right, so I'm going to send it back over to you. Jim, what are you seeing with this confirmed tornado in Hendry County?
Sure. So it appears to me, as we'll dive back in here on that area of rotation, that we are going to be just to the south and west of downtown Clewiston. That is where the rotation is right now with that cell. As we zoom again back in here on the Clewiston area, not much to be seen from the just the reflectivity, but as I dive in and switch over and we take a look at the velocity, that's where you see the strong, very well-defined area of spin within this cell. This is just off to the south and west of the Clewiston area. This is quickly pressing off to the north and west, and this is going to come very, very close to downtown Clewiston. This is a confirmed tornado. Oftentimes, when we have tornado warnings for you here on air, we bring them to you. It's because the Weather Service has detected rotation within the storm. In this case, we have a history of this cell producing tornadoes. We saw one. We brought video to you live of a tornado as this same cell was passing over the alley. It has quickly moved northward over the last hour, still holding that rotation. And that right there, just due west of Vaughan, is where that area of rotation is within this cell. This cell quickly moving to the north and northeast at 30 miles per hour. Let's get down to street level and track where that rotation is at the moment and the areas that could be impacted by this in the next 5 to 10 minutes here. We're talking just to the west now of L1 Road, of County Road 835, right in between here, right there. That is where, if there's a tornado within this cell, we're talking. There's Keela in the corner of the screen, south and west of that, and this is moving northward at about a 30-mile-per-hour clip towards the Clewiston area. Let's go ahead and move this up a little bit so we can see some of the roads that we're talking about that this is working toward, not getting this to show up. But this is just off to the south and west of Hooker Point, where it's marked on the map. Again, quickly moving to the north, a confirmed tornado on the ground in northeastern Hendry County approaching the Clewiston area. So if you're watching from Clewiston right now, from downtown Clewiston, what you want to do is be sure you get into the safe space in your home. The strategy for that is the lowest level of your home and an interior room. So I think a closet, think an interior bathroom, perhaps even an interior hallway. You want to limit the amount of doors and windows here as this cell approaches. You know, even outside of the rotation within the cell, of the potential funnel within the cell, we're clocking winds a ways away from the radar, but we're clocking winds at 80+ miles per hour with this cell. I don't think it's out of the question. We're seeing wind gusts in that range as this moves in. So even outside of any damage from a tornado, straight line wind damage comes into play here too. And this is not a cell you want to be messing around with in the Clewiston area. You want to be sure you're hunkering down and staying put until this passes by. I believe we just got a new update on that tornado warning. If there's any information you see from the Weather Service on that, go ahead and jump in and bring that to the people. But there you go. We're talking just to the south and west of Clewiston. There's your area of rotation. We're going to stay with this as it moves its way towards the Clewiston area. There is Gate B Road. This is just to the west of that. This very strong area of winds being detected by the radar. I just clocked it for you, around 80 miles per hour. South and west of Clewiston, due west of Keela and Vaughan right now. Moving off to the north and northwest at 30 miles per hour. A confirmed tornado warning for a cell that has a history of producing tornadoes. Again, when this was over Alligator Alley, we saw the tornado for ourselves on camera. This cell has been rotating like a top ever since. And as such, if you're watching from the Clewiston area, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, this cell will be moving over Highway 25 and will be crossing into Lake Okeechobee. As it does, you want to be sure you are staying in that safe place in your home, that interior room, limiting doors and windows here. And Jason, whenever you get the 11 o'clock advisory, because we know that's coming up in just a couple of moments, is it in? All right, so we're going to stay on this cell. I'm going to keep monitoring it. Again, those of you watching from Clewiston, stay in that safe space in your home, that interior room, limiting doors and windows. Stay there until the storm passes by. But we do want to get you the very important information coming in from the Hurricane Center, the 11 o'clock update on Hurricane Milton. For that, I'll send it over to Jason. He's at the wall.
All right, going through some of the latest information, we have seen some weakening, winds at 145 miles per hour, down from 150 miles per hour. It's still an incredibly powerful hurricane. So even, I hate to use the word weakening because it's still very, very strong, and it's likely going to come in as a major hurricane. We've seen the forward speed pick up a little bit, moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. The pressure has been coming up. It's at 931 millibars. And just to kind of let you know how the pressure works, the higher the pressure, the weaker the storm, or the less intense. The lower the pressure, the deeper and the stronger the storm. So we are seeing some weakening trends, but this is not a storm that we expect to weaken very quickly. It's dealing with some wind shear, but you can see the path that the storm has taken. We're keeping a very close eye on the exact track to see if there's any kind of shifts or wobbles, which is fairly common to see with tropical systems. And we're at the point right now as it approaches the Florida Gulf Coast where miles matter a ton, even if it's just about 20 to 30 miles. With this 11 o'clock update, we also have an update to the forecast cone. I'm not seeing any major changes with this, except for the fact that the Hurricane Center has decreased the intensity as it moves on closer to landfall with 125 mile per hour winds. That's a Category 3 storm compared to what the previous advisory had, coming onshore closer to a Category 4 storm, but we're only about a 5 mile per hour difference. So at that point, we're kind of just splitting hairs. The impacts are going to be the same regardless. I also want you to see with the forecast cone all of the colors covering Florida. This is going to be a system that impacts the entire state, and where you see the areas shaded in red, that is a hurricane warning. That's where hurricane conditions are expected. I know a lot of you want to know, when is the worst part of the storm? When is the worst of the weather going to arrive where I am? Conditions will deteriorate as we head through the day today. First, we're going to see those tropical storm force winds, and then potentially some of those hurricane force wind gusts as the storm gets closer to us, and that will start by tonight into tomorrow morning. So we do expect to see landfall tonight. There's that 8 o'clock position. I know I'm spending a lot of time on this, but I just want to make sure that you're taking this all in, and we're going to continue to take a look at and get into the latest information, because this is the advisory when the Hurricane Center just releases a lot of new intel on the storm. You can see here's the current position. I just want to show you a closer view from the vantage point of Southwest Florida. So there's Cape Coral, Naples. If you're in Lee County and you see that you're not in the cone, because most of Lee County, all of Lee County, not technically in the forecast cone of movement, but even a landfall just to our north, if it stays in the center part of the cone, would bring devastating storm surge to Lee County, and even more so for Charlotte County, and storm surge also for Collier County. And we've been telling you for the last several days, that is by far going to be the biggest impact. We're starting to see some of these outer bands move closer to the coast and the more populated areas of Collier County, Lee County, including Cape Coral, and up into Charlotte County. And the NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar now first detecting the outer eye wall of Hurricane Milton. That's what you see right there with that curvature. So this is where those peak winds are found at 145 miles per hour as it continues to track to the northeast. There's those tornado warnings that we have in place for inland sections of Southwest Florida. We're going to get back to those here in just a moment, but for those of you watching in Cape Coral and our coastal counties, I just want to give you a better idea of when the first wave of rain, essentially the first feeder band, will start to arrive in our area, and that's going to happen in the next couple of hours. So watch the time. This is our 2-hour future cast. Here's a look at 12 o'clock. So as we've been saying, I think probably about an hour from now, some of these cells, which could potentially be rotating, will start to move in from Naples, Coconut Point, Bonita Springs, up into Cape Coral, Fort Myers, essentially along US 41 and along the west of I-75 up into Charlotte County. So I just want to give you that first alert, that heads up that we are looking at the first wave of rain, those feeder bands from Hurricane Milton, and inside those too, we could see tropical storm force wind gusts up above 40 miles per hour And then you can see closer to 1 o'clock, the hope is at least that we get a little bit of a break. I'm going to step aside just for a moment, just because I want to verify that these numbers have not changed, because the National Hurricane Center, when they release these major advisories, these full advisories, sometimes they also update the storm surge values, which are already quite significant for our coast. And I'm just kind of eyeballing this here. Okay, it looks like they left the storm surge values the same, but still, this is pretty considerable. This is going to be a major event for our coastal communities and any areas with Gulf access. As the storm moves closer to us and the winds turn onshore, it's going to start to funnel water up the Caloosahatchee River, pushing water up against the coast of Naples, and then the same deal up into Charlotte Harbor and the coast of Charlotte County, right along the Cape Hayes Peninsula. You can see the area shaded in purple. That's where we're expecting as much as 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. That is water above dry ground. I know we've been getting a lot of questions about this, but when the National Hurricane Center issues surge forecasts, it's expressed in feet of water above dry ground. So don't think about elevation or sea level or tide levels. This is all taking that into account. We're going to get a lot more detailed about the surge aspect of the storm, because I know there's a lot of questions about it, a lot of confusion. We've been getting your questions through email. I want to take some live shots right now. This is a view we looked at just a couple of weeks ago as Hurricane Helene was passing uncomfortably close to our coast when it was 200 miles offshore. And now we're starting to see conditions deteriorating for the Matlacha Pass. You can see the camera is shaking there, so the wind's beginning to pick up as those tropical storm force winds get closer and closer to our coast. Here's the view from Fort Myers Beach, Margaritaville Beach Resort. I don't think we're going to see that surge threat start until we get into the afternoon today, probably mid to late afternoon for Fort Myers Beach. So this is a camera we're going to be checking in on, and hopefully you have listened to all those evacuation orders. There is no reason for anyone to be on Fort Myers Beach or any of the barrier islands over Southwest Florida, because we're going to see water pushed up and over those land masses. Now, also, I know a lot of you are thinking about, hey, I live inland. Am I going to see that kind of surge across our inland communities? The way it works with storm surge is we see the peak surge right along the coast. So those numbers that we're showing you, that 10 to 15 feet for Charlotte County, that's right along the coast. The 8 to 12 feet that we're talking about for Lee County, that's closer to the barrier island. So those numbers will drop as you go farther up the Caloosahatchee River. So we're not all going to see those values. So I just want to make sure that's clear, that you're not thinking, hey, we're all going to see several feet of storm surge. That's just the peak surge numbers for those most vulnerable for storm surge. Okay, let's talk about the winds right now, because we are starting to see those wind values come up, gusts up to around 35 to 40 miles per hour, close to tropical storm strength. I want to time out the winds for you and when we're going to see the peak winds in our area. So the area in yellow, you can see those yellow shadings closer to about 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's when we can expect those tropical storm force winds to arrive in Southwest Florida, so around 40 to 45 miles per hour. That's manageable. It's when we start to see those winds get up over 60, 70 miles per hour that can cause some damage, especially as the winds start to move onshore. And you can see that's going to happen by this evening and tonight. There's the core of the storm, and hopefully it stays that far north of us. If it were to deviate at all, which is still a possibility, I'm not trying to scare you, just to prepare you, but we could see some slight shifts in the track, and even those subtle slight shifts can make a difference in terms of the impacts that we're going to see here locally. All right, so let's get back to the timeline of those peak winds. 1 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, wind gusts up to hurricane strength around 78 to around 80 miles per hour from Cape Coral. up through Punta Gorda, and even into tomorrow morning, we're really concerned with storm surge as those winds blow onshore. Tropical storm winds continue into Thursday early afternoon, and then you can see those areas of yellow begin to fade away and dissipate as the storm races off to our north and northeast. But that's the wind timeline. We've talked about the surge timeline. I think I have something else that I want to show you here that really drills down into the surge. And then I'm going to send it back over to meteorologist Jim Dickey for a check of the tornado warnings that we have in place. But I know that the biggest thing with this storm is surge. So as we go through the rest of the 11 o'clock hour, the storm surge threat will be low. You can see, though, it increases throughout the afternoon and into the evening. The south-facing islands, so Barrier Island south-facing, like the southern end of Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach even, part of the island is kind of facing down to the south and west. Marco Island, those areas will start to see the storm surge first as we get into the middle part of the afternoon. And then the peak surge numbers that we've been talking about will happen most likely after sunset tonight, 11 o'clock tonight, 3 o'clock in the morning. You definitely want to be in a safe place by then. Hopefully you're already there, but I just want to let you know, you still have some time to get out of those areas that we expect to see flooded. Very high storm surge impacts through 7 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. We're actually getting into a high tide cycle right around sunrise tomorrow, so I think the surge will be pretty bad in the morning, in particular across Charlotte Harbor and for portions of Lee County, and then high through 3 o'clock, and then we start to see improving conditions in the surge department as we get into the late part of Thursday. So that's the storm surge timeline. I'm going to go ahead and continue to analyze some of this new information coming in from the National Hurricane Center with this new advisory. We'll send it back over to meteorologist Jim Dickey.
A very dangerous situation setting up here in Clewiston right now. We're talking just west of where Clewiston is marked on our map. This is US Highway 25. A lot of color on your map here, but what you're seeing, winds racing away from the radar we're using here to show you this, the Doppler radar in Miami. Very strong winds racing away, weaker winds to the west. We have a pronounced area of rotation in a cell that has a history of producing tornadoes. In the corner of your screen, I'm going to keep this locked in here. This is the track that our model is picking up on, that our computers are picking up on. This would place the area of rotation over Moorhaven in 1134, at 1134 that is. So we'll be watching for that. Right now, though, the area we're talking about, right along 25, this is County Road 720. There's Sugarton, and this is 25 going into downtown Clewiston, right along the banks of Lake Okeechobee, a tornado-warned storm with a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes. We had one confirmed tornado reported with it as it was moving away from Alligator Alley. We actually saw it on camera. We brought it to you live here on NBC2 and ABC7, and then a second confirmation of a tornado touchdown just south of Clewiston. So if you're watching from Sugarton, if you're watching from Clewiston right now, anywhere along US 25 east of Highway 27, I want you to be in your safe place now, in that interior room, in your home, limit the doors, limit the windows. You want to put as many walls between you and this tornadic thunderstorm as possible. We talk about all the time in these landfalling hurricanes how we have quick spin-up tornadoes. That's not the case with this one. This has the classic look of a strong, potentially strong tornado within this. So this is not a storm you want to be messing around with. You want to be sure you are staying in that safe space in your home. We just got a new track in, so let me go ahead and grab that for you. We are seeing that moving to the north and west still quickly at 26 miles per hour on that track. And I agree with this. That would keep this to the east of Moorhaven. I know there's a lot on your screen here, but Moorhaven at the top of your screen, this is the area we're watching for rotation here. Moving just to the west of Clewiston, we have some very strong winds being detected in Sugarton right now. In fact, let me go ahead and grab those winds for you to give you an idea. In the broader rotation in this cell, this thing is spinning like a top, and we're talking 88 mile per hour winds being detected by that. There's a brand new update, and the winds coming down a little bit. This is right along the banks of Lake Okeechobee now. This is County Road 720. There's Sugarton marked on the map. This has now moved north of 25. There's a tornado within this cell. It is likely right about here, just crossing over US 25, west of downtown Clewiston, working northward towards Liberty Point, towards Lake Okeechobee. So this will be moving over the lake momentarily here. This is going to stay, the area of rotation is going to stay east of Moorhaven. But the area around US 25, I still want you to be hunkering down. Give this another 10 minutes to clear out of town before you do move out of your safe space. Let's dial in street level some of these roads here where this area of rotation is tracking over. Try to get a clearer view of what we're talking about here. Again, this is just west of County Road 720 is where we are tracking this storm. That is a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes. Once again, confirmed now tornado on the ground with the cell that is racing to the north and west of Clewiston toward Lake Okeechobee. So this is going to move over the lake, technically become a water spout as it does. But we also have additional tornado warnings here. Another to the east of Immokalee. You see where those cells are tracking to the north and west. Those areas of rotation, there's actually 2 of them in those cells. Those are going to stay off to the east of LaBelle, but we'll be watching those cells for the Palmdale area. And then real quick, too, I want to zoom out and take a look what's going on by the coast because we have the first true rain band from the storm, from Milton, that is just about to move its way on shore. And this thing is formidable. We have a line of those supercell-like thunderstorms along that rain band, paralleling the coast now, lifting northward. In fact, as I go over to velocity mode, we can see a number of areas of spin within this. I can track them for you. There's one right there. There's one right there. There's another right there. Multiple areas of rotation within this rain band, lifting northward towards the coast. So I clear that out. I want to take a look at some of these tracks. This one is going to clip right by Boca Grande. And make sure you got that up in the corner of your screen there. 11:39 is when that will be clipping by the Lee County Islands. These cells are racing along this rain band, which is what we often see in these rain bands around a hurricane. We see those fast-moving cells being whipped around the broader rotation of the storm. Another area of concern, another area of rotation here. I want to dial in on those times. So a cell within that rain band that is showing some rotation would not be surprised to get a warning on this one as it moves in. Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, of course, you should be evacuated from any of these points, but if you're still trying to get your things together and still trying to get out here, you're going to want to hold tight for a little bit and wait it out as these cells move in. We've been telling you, around lunchtime is when conditions are going to start to go downhill. Here we are at 11 o'clock, and conditions are starting to go downhill as that first rain band is moving in. So times for you, Indian Creek by 11:39, the Groves RV Resort by 11:40, Shell Point at 11:40, and Palmetto Palms at 11:40 as well. So this area of spin within that line, that's going to go right up into Sanibel, the southern end of Pine Island, and we're going to watch this for the Cape. This only goes out to 11:40, but as we go into the noontime hour, that's when that cell will be moving into parts of Cape Coral. So again, your tornado strategy, and as I go over this, let's dial back into our cell that is pulling away from Clewiston right now. You want to find an interior room. You want to sit tight until that tornado warned storm moves by. An interior room, limit doors and windows and hunker down. Stay there until it is safe, until the storm moves out. Let's switch back over to Miami's velocity as that has a much better view. There you go. So Liberty Point. If you are watching from the Liberty Point area right now, this is right along the dike. There's County Road 720. It's this area of brighter color right here, brighter color next to the darker color. That is where the tornado is within this cell, and this is moving to the due north and northwest quickly at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So those of you near Liberty Point, the tornado, the confirmed tornado is off to your west, moving by. You want to stay hunkered down in that safe space in that interior room as this does quickly lift its way into Lake Okeechobee. If there is some good news here, yes, this is going to pull away from downtown in short order and move out over the lake. That area of very, very strong winds. As I sort of pixel this for you, try to detect the winds. We are still talking winds being picked up 75 plus miles per hour within this tornadic thunderstorm that is now moving its way into Lake Okeechobee that is going to pull away from Clewiston. We're going to stay with this for those of you watching from Clewiston until the threat has passed. Just got a new update. Moorhaven. If you're watching from Moorhaven, let me reset my view here so you can get a closer look. This area of rotation is just off to your east. So there's Moorhaven, but this is the area we're talking about, the area of spin within the storm with the confirmed tornado that is on the ground, that is moving to the north and west, just west of the Liberty Point area, just west of County Road 720. This will stay to the east of Moorhaven and is just about now to move its way over Lake Okeechobee. Those of you near Liberty Point, those of you here along 720 north and west of Sugarton, south of Moorhaven, you want to be sure you are in that interior room and you stay there as that storm continues to move its way through. A storm with a history of producing tornadoes. Again, as this moved its way over the alley, we had this on video, and this is not just that quintessential quick spin-up weak funnel we often see in these landfalling hurricanes. This is a long track, by all indications, tornado, potentially strong tornado, moving through portions of Hendry County, off to the east of Moorhaven and Washington Park. This is quickly moving over Lake Okeechobee and moving away from Liberty Point at 26 miles per hour in the area of spin within the storm, right there, just to the east of County Road 720. There's a new update showing the strongest winds now over the lake. This is beginning to pull away from the Clewiston area. We're going to stay with this until it does move out over the lake. We still have that pronounced rotation in what has been, in all likelihood, a long track tornado that started in interior Collier County and that we've seen numerous funnels touch down from this cell, now moving out of the Clewiston area. Again, to get your bearings here, there's Clewiston, there's Hooker Point, there's Sugarton. The storm has lifted to your north and is just now over Liberty Point and about to move its way into Lake Okeechobee off to the due east of Moorhaven. So this will stay east of downtown Moorhaven, but a close call here, a close shave. So if you're on the eastern side of Moorhaven, I do want you to be hunkering down and staying put for the next 5 minutes at least to let that cell roll out to the north and west, just about to move out over Lake Okeechobee, east of Moorhaven. I'm going to keep on this storm until we see that rotation area go fully over the lake as that makes the transition to a waterspout. Moorhaven, stay put here. The storm just off to your east, lifting to the north and northwest at 26 miles per hour, even outside of any damage from the apparent tornado, from the confirmed tornado, that is, that touched down. We are talking an area of 70-mile-per-hour winds moving out over Lake Okeechobee at this point in time. The cell pulling away from Sugarton, pulling away from Clewiston, and pulling away from Liberty Point now, staying just to the east of Moorhaven. Moorhaven, if you look out to your east, you are likely seeing that funnel on the ground right now. That funnel that is just about to, if not over, Lake Okeechobee as we speak, making the transition to a waterspout. Let's take one last look at the wide view. I do want to point out there are other tornado warnings in effect. Another very pronounced storm spinning off to the east of Clewiston into Palm County. We also have 2 areas of rotation in portions of Hendry County right now that we're tracking for you, both of which are lifting to the north and west. We're going to stay on these cells too as they approach LaBelle, as they approach Clewiston. But I think now that that cell has lifted northward, I think as we continue to track that rain band, let's take a breath here. Let's take a step back, take a quick break. We're going to come back and track the rest of all of this for you and get you an update on Milton, on that 11 o'clock advisory, that important 11 o'clock advisory coming up in just a few moments.
I live down the street. I packed everything because this is my first hurricane. I don't know. But, yeah, I packed everything. Mic check, mic check. Oh. Sorry about that, guys. So you are taking a live look at the Naples Pier right now. So we can see that a lot of people are actually in the water at this point, which is obviously very unsafe. Let's actually take this full so you can see and we can get a better picture right now. So we can see a lot of people swimming in the water. Obviously, this is certainly not a good idea. Our meteorologists can talk more about this, but You don't want to be anywhere near the water, especially with this impending storm that we have heading our way in just a matter of hours. I'll go ahead and send it back to you, and I apologize for the beginning of that. Back to you.
It's all good, Zuri. We know that you've got a lot that you're keeping an eye on back there in the alert center, so that's okay. Well, we just spoke to Charlotte County Sheriff Bill Permel, who actually got a little emotional, got choked up talking about evacuations. I want to let you take a listen in.
Unfortunately, this is probably our worst nightmare going to come true. Well, if you were told to evacuate, like I said yesterday during my statement, you need to get out. You might be okay, and I pray to God that you are okay. But if, God forbid, you truly need to get yourself a marker and mark yourself, because we're going to need to know who to call. This is nothing to mess with. People who think that they made it through Ian are going to make it fine through this. Surge is a lot different. Surge is a killer.
So again, in Charlotte County, zones A, B, and C, they are all under mandatory evacuations. Also, I just got notification, Charlotte County Transit says they're going to provide free rides to the 4 shelters. However, you have to call by noon today in order to get that ride. The number is 941-833-4000. Again, that number, 941-833-4000 if you need a ride to one of the 4 Charlotte County shelters that are now open. We'll be right back.
Real quick, once again, I wanted to update you on the ongoing tornado warnings that are in effect across parts of Southwest Florida. We have a tornado warning for parts of Hendry County, and really there's 2 individual cells within this tornado warning. That one right there, that meteorologist Lauren Hope is circling for you right now. There's a second problematic cell down here. That tornado warning goes until 11:30 a.m. It appears as though both of those areas of rotation are going to stay east of LaBelle, basically splitting the difference between Clewiston and LaBelle. We're going to track that storm for you closely as it does continue to lift its way northward. And then, Lauren, real quick, if you can zoom in on that cell again that is pulling away from the Moorhaven area. This is the cell that we were watching for you so closely, the confirmed tornadic thunderstorm. You're still under that warning there in Clewiston, in Moorhaven, in Liberty Point, in Sugarton. This cell has moved out over the lake, so now likely a waterspout. It's still a monster of a storm, producing winds clocked by radar at 85 miles per hour. But yes, while you're still under that tornado warning, the threat has passed in Clewiston. The threat has passed in Moorhaven with that cell off to your north and east. Another tornado-warned storm out there east of Belglade, another very well-pronounced area of rotation within that one. You know, a lot of times we talk about how these tornadoes that occur in these outer rain bands in thunderstorms, they in a landfalling hurricane, they're those quick, weak spin-ups. They're tough to detect on radar. That has not been the case with these cells. These are long track tornadoes that we've had numerous reports we have caught on video here touching down in these storms. So generally speaking, if you're in Hendry County, if you're in Glades County, clearly the environment ripe for these rotating thunderstorms, and you just want to be staying home, hunkering down, let these storms pass on by. Another sort of zoom in on this tornado-warned storm in Hendry County. This is Dooley Grade Road. This is North County Road 846. This is Hill Grade Road. Again, we're talking south of LaBelle. That's where this cell is here, and this area of rotation appears to be tightening up here some as it lifts off to the north and west. Another tornado-warned storm in Hendry County with winds being clocked by radar at about 86 miles per hour. So even outside of the rotation within those cells, producing some very fierce winds. And real quick, Lauren, if you want to zoom out, get the full view, there is also the first true rain band from Milton washing onto our coastline right now. In this rain band, we are seeing torrential rainfall, and we are likely seeing wind gusts. I'm going to go ahead and check in on our weather networks what those wind gusts are, but I would suspect we are seeing wind gusts in excess of tropical storm force in this band lifting in. There you go, clocking some of those winds. 57 miles per hour in Port Charlotte, 65 miles per hour in northern Lee County. We're gusting over 50 miles per hour in and around Naples Park and North Naples. So tropical storm conditions in this outer rain band that is whipping onto the coast. There are a few areas of spin within this too. So basically the entirety of our coastline from 41 back to the coast. Those of you that have not evacuated, you want to be sure that you're hunkering down here as this moves in, conditions deteriorating quickly. Cape Coral, in fact, go ahead and zoom in on the Cape, Lauren, and we can see what we're talking about here with that heavy rain now just arriving. Basically, veterans on southward. We're talking torrential rain right now. There's a lot of lightning embedded within this rain band here too. So blinding rainfall, not anything you want to be out and about in. You want to be sure you're hunkering down here. This is just the beginning of what's going to be a long afternoon and evening. Very heavy rain. So, you know, we've talked about it. The ground is so saturated, it's going to be difficult for the ground across Southwest Florida to be able to absorb rain at this rate without producing pretty substantial runoff into the roadways. So dangerous conditions on the roads here over the next 30 to 40 minutes as this rain band lifts its way through. Some very heavy rain right now on Sanibel, working towards St. James City. And again, within this, we are talking 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts in this band that's lifting off to the north and northeast. Torrential rain falling now all across the south and southeast Cape. That extends across the Caloosahatchee down to Iona, McGregor. Here's Fort Myers Beach. We're getting soaked right now. With that heavy rain that's moving its way in. Plenty of lightning with this. Let's take a wider view once again, Lauren, and just sort of show you the encompassing view of that rain. And there's a flood advisory, like we talked about. This rain is coming down very heavily. The ground is saturated. We're seeing substantial runoff. So call your county right now. It is not safe to be out there on the roads as this outer rain band is bringing torrential rain and numerous tornado warnings as well. We'll continue to monitor that for you. But with that, I want to throw it over to meteorologist Jason Dunning. He has the latest on Milton and more on that very important 11 o'clock update. Jason.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Also wanted to take a look at our camera network, just to give you some views of what it's like across the area as we see that first feeder band start to move in. Looking live from Cape Coral right now. This is the southern tip of the Cape from the Westin Cape Coral Resort, and you can see that rain is really coming down. I was just looking at our weather network. I'll tell you what, Director in the control room, if you can pop up our AWS computer. This gives us live information in terms of what kind of winds we're looking at. There we go. Yeah, so what I did was I went through and filtered out where we're tracking the strongest wind gusts, and Fort Myers Beach, Naples seeing wind gusts up to around 45 to just over 50 miles per hour. Here's another site at the Margaritaville Beach Resort reporting wind gusts up to about 40 miles per hour. So those are tropical storm force winds. And the wind field with Milton has continued to expand with that new advisory that came out from the National Hurricane Center. So I'm going to show you that in just a moment. Let's go back over to our Doppler 1 source. So we saw the view from Cape Coral. I want to take another look right now from the Matlacha Bridge, and it is getting really rough out there. This is the Matlacha Pass, and you can see the waves starting to come up, a lot of wave energy being generated by Hurricane Milton, even though it's still quite a distance off of our coastline, but sending some of these outer bands. So here's the first wave of rain that we're going to see. Now, I think we're going to get a break. You can see there's a bit of a lull, a dry slot right through here. So once this initial band moves in, which is going to take probably a couple hours, we're going to get a little bit of a breather, but the weather will continue to deteriorate as we get into the late part of the afternoon and this evening. So you can see some of those tornado warnings flashing that meteorologist Jim Dickey was tracking. What I want to do is zoom in a little bit closer here and just kind of give you an idea of the movement of the rain. So there's that feeder band we were tracking. There's the core of the storm. Now, as you look at it, from this vantage point, we're scanning it from the land-based radar in central Fort Myers. So as the radar beam goes farther out, it's not able to detect the rain because it's outside of the range here. So that's why you see this kind of like disappearing and fading on the western side. So I just kind of want to explain what you're seeing there from our NBC2 First Alert live Doppler radar. Let's track the leading edge of this first rain band. And again, you want to get to a safe place because we've seen some rotation in these cells, so it would not surprise me whatsoever. Okay. It looks like now we have a tornado warning in place for Lee County, so that includes Cape Coral down through Sanibel. That's what I was just about to tell you here. 12 noon, Jason. 12 noon. And until 12 noon. Okay, so the tornado warning is set to expire about 25 minutes from now. So if you're in Cape Coral, Sanibel, Pine Island, you need to get to a safe place as we're looking at these strong tornado signatures. I think I have actually coming up next year, we're going to take a closer look at the what we call the velocity scan. So think of this as a rotation tracker, and the source of the rotation, basically where it's starting, is right here, just to the south of Sanibel. I haven't seen the forward speed yet, but I would venture to guess that it's at about 45 miles per hour as it continues northward. So you can see the area shaded in that flashing red box. Pretty much all of Cape Coral, Iona McGregor, the mouth of the Caloosahatchee River, St. James City, there's Matlacha, Bokeelia. You don't have much time because this is just racing up to the north. This is a view I know you're not used to seeing, but you can see here the areas in green, that's motion toward the radar. The area in red, that's motion away from the radar. So that just tells us where we're seeing that rotation. It is a bit of a distance away from the Tampa radar, so we're not getting a completely clear view of it, but there's definitely some strong indications that we are tracking some of that rotation. So before I get to the Milton advisory, Jim, I'm going to go ahead and send it back over to you since you can control from your end, and then we'll come back over to me and we'll talk more about what's going on with Milton with that last update. But let's get to this tornado warning for Lee County.
Yeah, sure, and just give me the signal when you got that ready to go. So yeah, tornado warning till 12 noon for Lee County. That does include Sanibel, includes Pine Island, it includes Iona McGregor, it includes Cape Coral. Let's dial in and take a look at where some of the areas of rotation could be within that cell. 2 tracks being detected by our model here with potential rotation. We have one that is just to the east of Matlacha. So we track that area of rotation for you. Flamingo Bay by 11:37, Pine Island Center 11:38, 11:39. So in the next 3 minutes in Matlacha, Pineland by 11:41, the northwest end of the Cape by 11:42, Tropical Isle Park by 11:42 as well. And then a second area of rotation, and this is really the one that prompted the tornado warning. This is just about to move over the causeway on Sanibel, 11:39, the time for you. Punta Rasa, 11:42. The Woodlands, Shell Point, that's at 11:44. Palmetto Palms by 11:44. Viridian at 11:45. Just in the next few moments, and that's where this cell is headed. Let me go ahead and switch over to velocity mode. So again, even outside of the rotation, the very clear rotation that's embedded within this cell, these cells along this line, we have very strong winds right now. There you go. We're clocking from Tampa's radar. And of note, you know, the radar beam, as you get further out in space, the radar beam is fairly high up in the ground by the time it gets down here. But it is clocking winds at 100 miles per hour right now that are moving towards the coast in Lee County. This area is heading up into the Cape. I want to get that track back on for you. I want to draw a track quickly for you. Let's say this is moving off to the north and northwest at about 50 miles per hour. I believe that is our forward speed. So let's go with that. That might be a bit of an overestimate with the times, but there you go. Sanibel in the next few minutes. This area, very strong winds, a potential tornado within this cell moving over you. Sanibel, 11:44. Punta Rasa, 11:47. The Groves RV Resort at 11:49. St. James City at 11:49. Iona at 11:50. The southeast side of the Cape, southeast Cape Coral, 11:53. We have a tornado warned cell within this rain band that is producing very strong winds right now. Now, if those of you in the booth listening, any camera views we have that you want to pop up at any time here, in fact, we have a traffic camera right now, Sanibel Causeway, pop up that because this area, very strong winds, is just about to move up over the causeway, and we can get a closer look at what we're seeing. So blinding rain, you can see the trees swaying, and you can see the rain basically blowing sideways in this rain band from Milton that is moving in, that now carries a tornado warning with it for a pronounced area of rotation within that cell. Someone monitor, what's that? Go ahead and take Doppler 3. We have another view for you there of what we're watching here with this cell. Here's Margaritaville, so the cell is just offshore. You can see how the winds are blowing. Moving this around, trying to get a view of where that area of rotation would be. But in this case, you know, we call it a rain-wrapped tornado. If there's a tornado within this, there is heavy rain falling and you're not going to be able to see it. So this is a dangerous situation here setting up for the southwest side of the Cape for Sanibel. If we come back here and we can take a look at the area we're talking about, this is just off to the south and east of Sanibel right now, an area of pronounced rotation that is going to move right over the causeway, the eastern tip of Sanibel. This is going to slide right up the mouth of the Caloosahatchee and clip by the southern side, the southwestern end of Cape Coral, with very fierce winds even outside of the rotation we're seeing. Tampa's radar clocking winds at 101 miles per hour in this cell. Now, is that the exact winds we're seeing at the surface? A little bit less than that, but we could easily be talking 80-plus mile per hour wind gusts within this cell as it moves its way in. I want to draw a new track for you, tracking the dangerous portion of this thunderstorm, the rotating portion of this thunderstorm, moving quickly at 50 miles per hour right now off to the north and west. You see the track I'm drawing for you. Sanibel, just in the next 5 minutes, that's when that area of rotation will be sliding by the eastern side of the island. I know you should be evacuated now, but if you're still in your evacuation process, hunker down over the next 10, 15 minutes as this dangerous storm moves through. St. James City, 11:51. The southwest side of the Cape by 11:56. It says Cape Coral, where Cape Coral is marked on our map. So basically the center point of Cape Coral, just south of Veterans, just by about 12 noon. So if you're watching anywhere in the South Cape, I want you to be sure that you're thinking about your safe place in your home. Go to the lowest level of your home, an interior room without doors and windows. I want you to hunker down for the next 15, 20 minutes until this storm passes by. If you want to go ahead and take the camera view again, I think this is back on the Sanibel Causeway. Is that correct? This is the Cape Coral camera. Go ahead and take that camera. The traffic camera? Okay, Cape Coral Parkway and Santa Barbara. We are seeing very heavy rainfall right now. This is one of the areas under the tornado warning. Heavy rain falling, so I see a number of cars out there. You want to be sure you're not one of those cars here in the next 15 to 20 minutes as this very intense thunderstorm within this broader rain band moves its way in. Again, if you can see the small number here on my screen, we're talking clocking winds from Tampa's radar over 100 miles per hour in this cell with a broad rotation area, the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado within this cell moving into parts of Lee County. Times on your screen. St. James City, 11:51. The southwest corner of Cape Coral by 11:59. Pine Island Center by 12:01. Matt Lachey. Pine Island Road in Chiquita, we have that camera too. If you want to bring that up, we can take a look at what that is looking like right now. Matt Lachey by 12:01. This moves over you. This rotation couplet is tightening, it appears. Let's get a closer view. This is going right over Sanibel. I think in all likelihood, we may have a water spout that is just about to move onshore on the eastern tip of Sanibel. There's the causeway, and this is the area of rotation right here. So right about the lighthouse, that's where this is going to move onshore. It's going to move up over the mouth of the Caloosahatchee. It is going to track just off to the west of Punta Rasa, perhaps right over Punta Rasa, and then head for the south side of the Cape, the southwest Cape, tracking quickly to the north. Jason, what are you seeing in this cell right now?
Yeah, Jim, we have another tornado warning now for Collier County for the Naples area. So we want to also get to that for our viewers in Collier County. This was just issued a few moments ago, set to expire at 12:15, so it goes for another 30 minutes. And let me clear this off the map for you just because I want to show you the area that we're really interested in with the potential rotations. So we're talking about this region right here. This is actually right around downtown Naples where we're seeing some signatures of spin. Meteorologist Lauren Hope, if you get a moment, can you check some of the cameras around the Naples area? I know a lot of times, like in Cape Coral right now, this can be rain wrapped, but I just want to see if we can get any kind of ground truth and potentially see this tornado. Meteorologist Jim Dickey is following the tornado warning up into portions of Lee County, but this is moving to the north and northwest at about 45 miles per hour. Before I put a track on this, let me zoom in just a little bit more over the Naples area to give you a better idea of where we're seeing that potential tornado. So this is right around the moorings. Here's Golden Gate Parkway and Highway 41. So for those of you a little bit farther south in Naples, this is around East Naples Airport Pooling Road. This is not a threat to you, but that is a pretty strong tornado signature that we're looking at right along the coastline. So Golden Gate Parkway near US 41. That's where we're tracking some of that rotation. So let me zoom out just a little bit here and we'll draw a track to give you a better idea of where this is going. So the areas in the red box, that's where the tornado warning is in place. So that includes the vineyards, technically includes Golden Gate too. Okay, so we've got a view there from Naples Pier. Okay, yeah, so that's the Earth Cam from Naples Pier, and we're looking out in the Gulf of Mexico because this likely originated perhaps as a water spout and then coming on shore. You can see there's a lot of folks there gathered around the pier. Definitely that's not a good idea, but I want to expand the view just a little bit because these are racing so quickly. I've got to make sure that there's enough room to draw the track. So let's put a track in here as this continues to move up to the north and northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So let's see if I can get this little this tracker icon to click in here. Well, it looks like there's, come on, work with me here. Okay, actually, let me try one more thing. Let me go to a different product and see if I can get this to to work. Okay, so we'll draw this. Yeah, kind of running out of room here. But this is kind of giving you an idea of where we're going to be looking at this potential rotation as it continues to move up the coast, places like Gulf Harbor, Naples Park, in the next couple of minutes. So you need to be in your safe place right now, interior-most part of your home, away from walls, away from windows. I want you to take this seriously. We've already seen a couple of confirmed tornadoes across our inland communities, and the environment is ripe for producing tornadoes. Let me clear this off, and we'll move the map just a little bit. And then in a second, we'll go back to meteorologist Jim Dickey and check on that tornado warning in Lee County. But let's go a little bit farther north. So Naples Park, the Vineyards, even up into Bonita Springs. Technically, we don't have that tornado warning in place for Bonita Springs, but this cell is racing your way as it continues to push to the north at about 45 miles per hour. So let me try this again. Let me draw one more track here and see if we can get this to work. And I'm going to draw it from where that rotation is. There we go. And you can see it's about 45 miles per hour. That would having also moving it into southern portions of Lee County. So I'm going to step off the screen just a little bit so I can make some adjustments. Gulf Harbor, 1155. Naples Park, 1153. Please go to your safe place. Vanderbilt Lakes, 1158. Barefoot Beach, 1159. Bonita Springs at noon, if this is able to hold together. Bonita Bay, 1201. Hawthorne, also at 1201. So I'm going to continue to monitor this rotation that we have in Collier County, where we do have an active tornado warning that expires at 12:15. We'll send it over to meteorologist Jim Dickey, who is covering that tornado warning in Lee County. Jim?
Yeah, thanks, Jason. And so replace that Naples camera with the view of the Sanibel Causeway we have right now in the alert center. The area we're tracking of rotation, this dangerous storm within this rain band that's moving into Lee County, has just crossed the causeway, or at the very least is over the causeway right now. So yeah, I want that camera up as soon as you can get it there so we can take a view. I think that's the Naples Pier again. So as soon as you get that, let me know, but bring it back to me until you do. This is the cell we're talking about. This is the causeway. So the area of rotation is moving northward. In fact, go ahead and take that view full for a second, because I just want to take a look, make sure the folks at home can get a view of what we're seeing here, because there's the potential we're going to see this tornado come into view. But of note, you can't see much. Visibility dropping off because we're seeing heavy rainfall right now. We say a tornado is rain wrapped in these situations because there's very heavy rain falling along it. So this is a case you're not going to see this funnel moving in, and it's tough to see these cars going across the causeway, potentially driving right into what is this tornadic thunderstorm moving across the causeway right now. Go ahead and bring it back to me. I want to take a look at what we're seeing here. There's your area of rotation. This is just off now to the north of Sanibel. This is moving across the causeway. This is where this storm is headed. If you're watching from Cape Coral, you're under this tornado warning for this dangerous storm here. The southwest Cape, the southwest side of the Cape, 11:55. So we're talking in just 5 minutes. This is moving at about a 50-mile-per-hour clip. So just about 5 minutes, the area of rotation, the potential tornado, will be over you. So I want you to be thinking about where to go in your home right now. And that is an interior room without doors, without windows. Put as many walls between you and this tornadic thunderstorm as possible. And what I mean by that, this is coming from the south. So think which walls are facing south. Try to put as many between you and this incoming tornado as possible. Just got a fresh update on that cell. I'm going to keep the times up in the corner here for you. It does appear that the rotation couplet has weakened slightly, but still very much there. Jason?
New tornado warning for deeper inland Lee County.
New tornado warning for deeper inland Lee County.
Basically Fort Myers out to Lehigh Acres.
Fort Myers out to Lehigh Acres. Take a look at that cell.
Yeah.
Signal me if and when you want to jump in on that one. We'll stay on this cell in the Cape right now. In fact, I have on ABC Doppler 2, I want to take a look at the view from Fort Myers Beach. I suspect it's going to be washed out with rain as well, but this is going to be looking right up towards the area. So if you can go ahead and take that. This is take that full so I can get a closer look at what we're talking about here. And I think once again, we're talking the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado, meaning you're not going to see all that much within this view. Yeah, so this is why this is a dangerous situation as well, because you're not going to see that potential funnel that's within this coming here because the rain is falling so heavily. But we are talking a tornado-warned storm for a cell that is just about to move its way into Cape Coral now, into the southwest side, the heavily populated southwest side of Cape Coral. We're talking in just about 5 minutes is when this area of rotation will arrive. It is over the waters now. It is about to cross into the southwest corner of the Cape. Bring it back here. Which camera are you looking at here? Is this Cape Coral? This is the Westin Resort. So this is sort of where we're talking about here, where the area of rotation is coming in. We have blinding rain. So again, rain-wrapped potential tornado within this cell. You won't see this coming towards your neighborhood. You want to be sure you are hunkering down in that safe space as this dangerous storm moves in. Times up in the corner of your screen. Pine Island Center, 12 noon. Matlacha, 12 noon. Calusa Ridge, 12:03. The northwest side of the Cape, 12:05. Speaking to how quickly this is moving, this is racing at about 50 miles per hour. And the area we're talking about right here, if there is a tornado within this storm, it is between Pine Island and the Cape right now, right over the mouth of the Caloosahatchee. There's an update sliding to the north and east. In fact, I want to go ahead and update my track because I suspect this is moving more northeast than due north. We have pronounced rotation within this cell that is moving over Cape Coral at a very fast 50 miles per hour. So you don't have much time here in the Cape. If you're watching from the Cape right now, you got that screaming alert to your phone. What you want to do, hunker down, get to that lowest level of your home, interior room. Think interior closet, an interior hallway, perhaps an interior bathroom. Your strategy, put as many walls between you and this incoming rotating thunderstorm as you can. There are some very, very strong winds within this. See that number there? I just clocked this from Tampa's radar. Again, a ways away, but I'm clocking winds at 112 miles per hour within that. Aloft, but you can easily mix some winds down in that range. I think 90 plus mile per hour wind gusts. Another question right now, especially if there's a tornado. Lisa,
We have a traffic camera, Pine Island Road.
the Causeway Cam, Pine Island Road, bring that full so we can take a look at what we're looking at here.
This is where it would go to Matlacha.
Pop up Lisa's microphone so they can hear her. This is
So this is the Sanibel Causeway. If we take our FDOT camera, it's so there we go. This is Pine Island Road heading towards Matlacha.
okay. Pine Island Road heading towards Matlacha. So the cell.
And we have Matlacha Bridge on PC.
Okay, very well. The cell is still about 10 minutes. The area of rotation is still about 10 minutes from there and does appear to be going just to the east of those areas. But if you're watching from Pine Island Road, just east of Matlacha, you only have about 5 to 10 minutes. The Northwest Cape at 12:06. Go ahead if you want to cut in there, Lauren, with whatever it is you wanted to say.
The palm trees and just those strong, strong winds.
Sure, go ahead and take Doppler 3 if you got that view there as well, showing you the strong winds with the cell that is moving its way in. This is the Sanibel Causeway, so the cell just lifted north of the causeway here. There's the potential we had a water spout that washed on shore, that washed right over the causeway from a cell that I'm tracking with 100 plus mile per hour winds right now. I want to get these times back for you here. The Southwest Cape, the storm is arriving as we speak. Right here, the southwest side of Cape Coral. There's Del Prado. There is Cape Coral Parkway, the southwest corner of Cape Coral, Sands Boulevard, Beach Parkway West. This is moving to the north and west. Potential rain-wrapped tornado, a tornado-warned storm in Cape Coral. Even outside of this rotation here, this is producing very, very fierce winds right now. Let me dial down to street level to get into what we're talking about here. Some of these roads for you. El Dorado Parkway. There's Rose Garden Road, Sands Boulevard, Southwest 25th Place. Again, the southwest corner of Cape Coral. This is where this area of rotation is lifting right now, quickly off to the north, perhaps the north-northeast at about 50 miles per hour, and even outside of the rotation within this, producing very strong winds. This is one of numerous tornado warnings across the area. With a look at what's going on in interior Lee County, I'll send it out to Jason. What are you seeing out there, Jason?
The area of concern right now for other portions of Lee County, we'll get back to Cape Coral in a moment, but from Bonita Springs, Estero, essentially along US 41 and I-75, the National Weather Service We are here at NBC2 seeing more signatures of rotation. So we have a tornado warning for southern portions of Lee County, including Bonita Springs, Coconut Point, Estero, San Carlos Park, right up I-75 and Highway 41. In fact, you know, if we can try to find some cameras, I know we have a camera at Seagate Development Group near Alico Road in I-75, so that might be a good camera where we can get a good vantage point. I know it's on DOP3. Let's go to Doppler 3 if we can. I just want to see if we can get any kind of good views and maybe some ground truth. You can see the rain coming down very heavily. This is a very strong storm producing some gusty winds right now, so it has not quite yet made it to that spot, but I want you to keep an eye on that camera in case we do see anything that's worth mentioning there, as we have a tornado warned cell for southern portions of Lee County, in addition to the tornado warned cell over the Cape right now that's showing some really strong signatures of twisting winds. Let's come back over to the Doppler 1 computer. So this tornado warning is set to expire at 12:15. So what I want to do right now is I want to go in a little bit closer and track some of these areas and really drill down to different communities. Now, I'll say that when I was looking at the rotation detection, I'm not going to show it to you because there's not a whole lot to decipher and there's just a lot of noise, but the rotation likely embedded in this area right through here. What we see on our live Doppler radar is a lot of heavy rain. So from Bonita Springs, Bonita Bay, Pelican Landing, Coconut Point, Estero, San Carlos Park, you are in that tornado warning. Let's go a little bit farther north just to give you a heads up. And let me do a little reset here and we'll zoom in over eastern sections of Lee County. So that's where we have that tornado warning sometimes. It doesn't recognize my fingers. Okay, so let's go ahead and fly in here near JetBlue Park, around the Gateway community, along a tree line. Ben Hill Griffin, you are under this tornado warning. And let's draw a track as it continues to move to the north. It's moving due north at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So these are some fast moving cells. And I'm gonna draw the track right through here. We'll have it go right over the banner. No, it's not gonna let me do that. Let me actually do a little bit of an adjustment. And that hopefully will work out a little bit better. Okay, there's we're on 40 miles per hour. So these are the areas that could be impacted here by this tornado around Shadowwood at 12 o'clock. If you're in the Copperleaf community, you need to be in a safe place. Hertz Arena at 12:04, Rookery Point 12:04, San Carlos Park, FGCU right there along Ben Hill Griffin and Treeline Avenue, Miramar Lakes at 12:07. And this is also working up toward RSW at Southwest Florida International Airport. So I know we've got a camera at the airport. We'll try to pull that up as well. But for those of you in this foreign area from Bonita Springs all the way up through the Forum, let me clear this so there's not quite as much clutter on the map. JetBlue Park, if you live near that area, Gateway, Lehigh Acres, and up near the Forum, think of I-75 and Highway 41. Those are the areas of concern right now. And looks like we're checking one of our FDOT cameras. Okay, so this is I-75 and Corkscrew Road, is that what you said? Okay, yeah, so right around I-75 and Corkscrew Road. I know it's hard to see a whole lot there, but you can definitely see that we've got some rain coming down, but this is in that tornado warned area. I'm gonna send it back over to meteorologist Jim Dickey for an update on that tornado warning in Cape Coral.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Speaking of how quickly this storm is moving, we're now talking that area of rotation sliding just to the west of Matlacha, and I believe we have the Matlacha Bridge camera up on Doppler 3 still. Is that correct, Lauren? If we do have that source, have that in the corner of the screen so we can take a look. Well, there you go. We've actually cleared the rain out. Did it freeze on us? I think it might have frozen on us there. Okay, but that's exactly where we're talking about with this cell right now. There you go, Matlacha. It's this area of dark blue next to this area of lighter blue. That's your strong rotation area with this cell that is now lifting away from the western side of the Cape. This is going to clip right by the northwest end of Cape Coral, basically parallel Burnt Store Road as it heads out over the water. We're going to track this as it moves northward, so some times for you here. Pirate Harbor by 12:09, Charlotte Park by 12:16, Punta Gorda by 12:17. Rotunda by 1218, and Port Charlotte, El Jobin in particular, that appears to be, if this holds together, exactly where that wants to track. The western side of Port Charlotte up towards Northport, up towards El Jobin. So 1220, that's speaking to how quickly this is moving. That's how quickly this is going to move from Matlacha to Port Charlotte. This thing is booking at about 50 miles per hour, and we've clocked wind gusts within this storm up over 80 miles per hour. So this is a storm you'll be hunkering down. In fact, all of the Cape, and you're under the tornado warning in the Cape. I do want to be clear right now, the area of rotation prompting this tornado warning is off to the west of Cape Coral now. This is moving more to the north and northwest, but Matlacha, you're under that area of rotation right now. But I do want you to be hunkering down all across the Cape. You want to be in that interior room for these strong winds moving through, tropical storm conditions widespread in this rain band. And as I sort of move this northward for you, you can get an idea, that arrow here, of where the storm is headed. This is going to ride right along the extreme western side of the Cape, stay just west of Pirate Harbor, Burnt Storm Marina, Tropical Gulf Acres, and then head basically right up Charlotte Harbor into the Port Charlotte and the Northport areas. And as we've been trying to show you these camera views, I think it speaks to, actually go ahead and drop that camera views. Again, I'm pretty sure it appears frozen to me, but we're talking a rain-wrapped tornado. The rain is very heavy right now within this, so you're not going to see this potential tornado coming your way before it is upon you. So again, you want to be sure you are hunkering down, staying in the lowest level of your home, an interior room without doors and windows. Sit there until the storm passes. As we zoom in on street level, let me adjust that view for you a little bit here so we can get a closer view of what we're talking about. This is moving right over Pine Island Road right now, right to the due west of Matlacha, perhaps even right over Matlacha, is where this rotation, this strong area of rotation is in this cell right now, moving at about 50 miles per hour to the north and northwest. There's an update. So let's take a look at what that brings to us. We have very strong inbound winds going towards the radar here. Very strong winds right now on the northwest side of the Cape in this tornado-warned storm that we've been tracking for you since it moved on shore as a potential waterspout right over the Sanibel Causeway. 90-mile-per-hour winds being clocked by Tampa's radar within this storm right now. We have our outbounds at about 40, or our inbounds rather, about 40 miles per hour, so some very hefty rotation. And again, when we look at the wider view, even outside of that tornado-warned storm, we are seeing some very strong winds across the Cape right now. We're still clocking wind gusts within this broader rain band, ways from Tampa's radar. So when you get away from the radar beam is sampling the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere. So the winds aren't quite to the surface. I think we could easily be gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour across the Cape right now. So certainly not something you want to be venturing out in. You want to hunker down and let this portion of the storm, this rain band, work its way through. In fact, if we have any views from downtown Fort Myers right now, I'd love to take a look at what they are showing here too, as we'd be looking right at the area of the storm. In fact, a little bit of concern here with this area of the storm as well. It's not the initial rotation area. I'd say we have two right now, one moving away from Matlacha, perhaps a secondary rotation area over the southwest side of the Cape here too. And this is something we're going to see in these rain bands that move in, these little pockets of spin that form up as those rain bands whip their way through. So I still want you to be hunkering down here in the southwest Cape. We have the FDOT camera from the Matlacha Bridge. If we can take a look at that first area of rotation, my goodness, it is raining very heavily. So this is what I mean when I say a possible rain-wrapped tornado. You're not going to see this coming. What you are seeing here in this view, take that full once again so they can get the better view of what we're talking about here. The rain blowing sideways in those fierce wind gusts, easily 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts going on out there in parts of southwest Florida right now. And I do not recommend doing what that resident is doing, driving across the Matlacha Bridge right now, as the conditions have gone downhill as we're getting that first outer rain band from Hurricane Milton moving on shore here in southwest Florida. Let's bring it back here and take a look at the wider view. I want to reset and see all the various warnings we have across the area We're under tornado warning until 9 o'clock for good reason. We have numerous tornado warnings in effect right now for Southwest Florida. Our first tornado warning that we've been tracking for you, that includes Cape Coral, that includes Bokeelia, and that will extend northward into parts of Charlotte County. That one goes until 12:45. We have a second tornado warning for Central Lee County, including Estero, including Fort Myers. That goes until 12:15. And as Jason was talking about a few moments ago, the area of rotation looking a little less pronounced in that. I don't want to forget about our viewers out in Hendry County. We have another tornado warning for you. That includes Palmdale, just to the north and east of LaBelle. That goes until 12:30. Let's dial back in on the Cape right now. And Jason, if there's anything you want to point out, just go ahead and signal and we'll take it over to you. But we got the area of rotation moving away from Matlacha. So one area spin we're watching, another area of very strong winds right now over the southeast side of Cape Coral. Let's dive in to the Cape. We can take a look at what our radar is picking up with some of these winds right now. Hurricane conditions, I think, going on in parts of the Cape and the Southwest Cape. There you go. I'm pixeling an 86-mile-per-hour wind just to the south of Veterans Parkway. And note this enhanced area of wind and then weaker wind right next to it, not out of the realm of possibility. There's a little spin-up funnel within that. Fierce winds regardless. So, bottom line, you want to be sure you're hunkering down and let these storms wash their way through. What are you seeing on your end, Jason?
Tornado.
Confirmed tornado.
It looks like the National Weather Service has confirmed a tornado there for that warned area in Cape Coral.
Lauren, if you want to get that information from the Weather Service, and as soon as you got it, shout it out. Jason, what are you seeing on your end there for the tornado warned storms in the area?
Yeah, and feel free to just let me know if you see anything else that is more pertinent right now. But I just want to update those of you under the other tornado warnings. So just to kind of recap and set the stage here, at 12:08 on this Wednesday afternoon, we are getting the outer rain bands. The first one arriving from Hurricane Milton. And as we talked about, isolated tornadoes, and that's what we were seeing right now. So we have a confirmed tornado near Cape Coral in this warned area. We're going to get more information on that in just a moment. But I also want to let you know about this other tornado warning for Lee County that goes from just north of Bonita Springs, Estero, San Carlos Park, and basically anywhere here in that red box. I'm going to switch to a different mode. We know this as rotation tracker, and we are seeing some indications of some spin in this cell right around Estero Bay, and this would be closer, well, just north of Bonita Beach and out near Lover's Key and the Coconut Point area. So, this section of Lee County from San Carlos Park to Coconut Point, please find a safe place. Do not try to look outside or walk outside to see what you can spot. You want to get into the innermost part of your home, away from walls, away from windows. We've already seen a couple of confirmed tornadoes. We've got one there for the Cape. But what I want to do is draw a track of where that rotation is. And here's the updated timeline. So locations like Estero in the next couple of minutes at 12:12. San Carlos Park at 12:15. I want to touch on as many communities as I can to give you that heads up. But 12:15 there, closer to the villas and FGCU. Actually, the villas around 12:22. And we're looking live. Okay, so this is the other tornado warned storm for the Cape Coral area. And we're looking at Del Prado and Cape Coral Parkway at our camera there. Obviously, the rain is coming down very heavily. We're looking at some very strong winds here. We've got cameras everywhere looking at different vantage points to see if we can find that tornado and give you a video of that. But basically anywhere in Cape Coral right now, you need to be in a safe place. Okay, let's come back to this. And if you see anything else on one of these cameras, one of these FDOT cameras, or any of our weather cameras, just please let me know. But I just want to make sure that we can see all this information in here for these other communities along I-75 and Highway 41. So Fort Myers, 12:30, 20 minutes from now, some rotation headed your way, a potential tornado. Buckingham, closer to 12:32 as it moves to the north at 40 miles per hour, and also including JetBlue Park around the Treeline Avenue area and into Gateway. Okay, so that's what we've got going on with that particular tornado warning. Let me take a live look from Southwest Florida International. This is just to the north. where we're seeing that spin in the atmosphere. I know it's going to be hard to see much because of the rain, and sometimes you get these rain-wrapped tornadoes and you can't even see it. So sometimes there's tornadoes that you cannot even see that's out there until it hits. So that's why we want you to get to a safe place right now. So there's our private sky aviation services camera as we look down to the south from the airport. And so we'll let you know as soon as we see any kind of indication that there could be a tornado there. Let's go to our 2-hour futurecast. For those of you seeing the worst of the weather currently, this is that first feeder band. I want to project it into the future because we are going to get a break. So watch the current time as we put this into motion. And across the Cape, across Lee County, as we get closer to about 1 o'clock. So let's say 50 minutes from now and through the 1 o'clock hour, this rain band will start to clear out. So we're going to get a bit of a breather. So we don't just track when everything's going to arrive, but also when it will start to exit. And we'll let you know when you can come out of your safe place. Also, something else that's brand new, and then I'm going to send it back over to meteorologist Jim Dickey. We have a new update from the National Hurricane Center on the big storm. That is Hurricane Milton. It's moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour, and you can see the path that it's taken, so it will continue on that northeasterly track. We do expect it to eventually take a bend back over toward the east. The question is where does that happen? So there's still some uncertainty on an exact landfall point. Winds at 145 miles per hour. That has not changed since the 12 o'clock update. You might be thinking 12 o'clock update, I thought we only had advisories at 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Well, we're at the point now where the National Hurricane Center is issuing advisories at the top of every hour. So we'll have new information coming up for you basically every 60 minutes. But this is something else that's very important that I want to show you. And we'll be tracking this closely too, but the wind field, what you see in orange, those are tropical storm winds, and those have continued to expand. We talked about how the storm is going to double in size from yesterday morning up until it makes landfall, and you can see the outer extent of those tropical storm winds beginning to move into places like Cape Coral and coastal sections of Charlotte County. Let's take a larger view here just to give you an idea of how big the storm is. So this is Hurricane Milton, and the tropical storm winds go almost, well, just over 300 miles across the area, and that darker red, those are the hurricane force winds, and that is just under 70 miles in diameter, and we're probably going to see this continue to expand even though you might see that wind speed drop. One more thing I want to show you, and I'll send it back over to meteorologist Jim Dickey with an update on that Cape Coral tornado warning. This is the path that the storm has taken. This is the eye. This line that you see right here is the center line from the forecast cone. The reason I'm showing you this to you, because what we're going to be watching closely is if there's any deviation as this continues that northeasterly movement. Is it going to stay to the right of this line, or better yet for us, on the northern side of this line? So we're keeping a close eye on any kind of shifts or wobbles with the track, and just a slight shift can mean a big difference in terms of impacts that we're going to see here in Southwest Florida. Meteorologist Jim Dickey, I think you may be ready for an update on this Cape Coral tornado.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have a confirmed tornado now.
Actually, yes, that was a confirmed tornado. That was the cell that was moving through Matlacha. Now, I've been watching the velocity trends and the rotation on the two areas I was watching in the Cape and Matlacha. They have, and you hear the alerts going off because I'm watching in South Lee County a new area that has really tightened in the last few moments. This is moving onshore, moving across Estero Bay, away from Fort Myers Beach, just to the south and west.
Yeah, that's also a confirmed tornado there.
That is a confirmed tornado as well, and I believe it. We have a very strong rotation couplet just south of the forest. I believe we have a camera view from 41 in Gladiolus. If you want to pop that up in the corner, we'll keep an eye on that. If this is a very small view from me, but if anyone sees anything in that they want to point out, go ahead and bring that up. We're talking about the area just south and west of 41 in South Lee County. Here's 41. There's the Newport Glen condos. There's the forest. There's Michael G. Rip Parkway. There's Alico Road. So this is just to the south and west of Alico Road, a storm that is moving to the due north at 50 miles per hour. This is moving very quickly, and it's raining very heavily. So you're not going to see this coming towards you. You want to be sure that you are in. This is for the entirety of the Fort Myers area right now. Anyone in the vicinity of 41 in the Fort Myers area from Alico Road all the way to downtown. I want you to be in your safe place, in your home, in your apartment, in your condo, the lowest level of your home. You want to be in an interior room, as few doors and windows as possible here. We're going to keep a close eye on this cell as well for us here too in the station, everyone, because this is actually coming pretty close to our location right now, I think, as this moves quickly off to the north and east. I want to draw a track for you, 50 miles per hour off to the north. This is going to go right towards downtown Fort Myers. I apologize for the scrolling going on. I'm just trying to get this as accurate as I possibly can as this moves toward downtown Fort Myers. Some times for you here. The Forest at 12:17, Villas by 12:20, Brookshire by 12:20. There's an update. Emerald Pines by 12:21, Green Gate at 12:21. I'm going to keep this track here. I want you at home to keep an eye on these as they update. But again, we're talking a pronounced area of rotation, a confirmed tornado in this cell that is moving through the South Fort Myers area right now. Let me get down to street level. This is racing quickly, moving off to the north and east at 50 miles per hour. This is over the Villas area now as we speak. Trying to get in and zoom in on that cell so we can get a closer look at what we're talking about here, the roads we're talking about. The area of rotation is just west of 41. This is moving up Cypress Lake. There's College Parkway. There's Cypress Lake. This is moving right up and to the due east, just barely east of Summerlin Road. Here's 41. There's Colonial. So this is going to cross Colonial in the next few moments here. Again, a very strong signature of rotation within this cell that moved onshore in the South Fort Myers area. I know you have those tornado warnings still in the Cape, in the Punta Gorda area. I have been watching the velocity. This is the one that if any of them have a tornado on the ground right now, this one right here. Bell Tower marked on your map. There's Villas. This is just to the west of you. Very strong winds, very strong rotation within this. I'm going to go ahead and get another track on this for you. There you go, the Forest, moving over the Forest right now, moving away from the Forest right now. Cypress Lake, 12:22, Villas 12:22, already in the Villas area. I want to draw a new track on this because that is not quite encompassing that area of rotation here within the cell. Moving off to the north and west at 20 miles per hour. If we have our camera view from downtown Fort Myers, if we can swing that around to the south, that is what I would like to do. Because that would have a great view of what is working in, that view from Edison Grand, because this is going to go right towards downtown Fort Myers. There you go, some times for you. Emerald Pines by 12:20, the Retreat by 12:24. There's an update. So downtown Fort Myers, we're talking 10 minutes from now, a little bit less than that, 12:27. That is when that area of rotation is going to move over you. It does appear to have broadened ever so slightly on this last update. I know there's a lot flashing on your screen here. Let me zoom in. The area we're talking about is right along 41. There's Page Field Airport. There's the Villas community. And this is the area of rotation we're talking about. This is paralleling 41, moving to the north at 50 to 55 miles per hour. This is going to go right up into downtown Fort Myers here. So again, strategy, lowest level of your home. Interior room, as many or as few doors and windows as you can manage it. An interior bathroom, a interior closet, an interior hallway. Your strategy, the storm is coming in out of the south. Put as many walls between you and the cell as you can possibly manage. We're talking a strong rotation signature, a confirmed tornado warning for this cell in South Lee County, moving through the Fort Myers area right along 41, moving at 50 miles per hour off to the north right now in the downtown Fort Myers area. If you have that camera, guys, Edison Grand, swing that around. I want to take a look at what we're seeing here. Now, we're probably not seeing much. Let's dive in even further. We have our tower camera looking southward. Bring that full so I can get a view of what we're seeing from it. Some very heavy rain. That's what we're talking about when we say a rain-wrapped tornado. The area of rotation here, you're not going to be able to see this funnel working towards you. If possible, I think we're looking, is this looking towards downtown right now? Is this looking south?
That's Edison Grand.
This is our Edison Grand camera. Okay, so again, what we're talking about, a rain-wrapped tornado. You have no visibility, so you're not going to see where this funnel is, which is why everybody now from Colonial on northward in Fort Myers, you need to be hunkering down in your safe space that interior room, as few doors and windows as possible, and hunker down, stay low to the ground, and wait until this storm passes by. And it is moving very quickly. Right over Pine Manor at this point in time, working north of Crystal Drive, just to the north of Brantley Road, right along Summerlin in downtown Fort Myers. Between Summerlin and 41, if there's a tornado on the ground, there's the hideaway. Right along 41 is where we have that area of rotation, a potential funnel within that, moving up 41 at 50 miles per hour, paralleling Summerlin, paralleling 41. I'm going to try to get a track back on this for you as quickly as I can. And the camera's looking at Pine Manor. Now take that full so I can get a view of what we're talking about here with that camera view. The rain clearing out a little bit, which might be indicative of those stronger winds, perhaps that rotation within the cell. So this is from our tower camera at the station, yes?
Yes. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, we're seeing heavy rain. I'm not seeing any indication of a funnel right now, but you know, oftentimes when you have these areas, these strong areas of rotation, you do get a clearing as that funnel begins to move its way toward the area. So this is the location we're talking about. So this is from our tower camera right along Colonial. Everybody from Colonial on northward to the Caloosahatchee and downtown Fort Myers, and then North Fort Myers, you're next for this rotating thunderstorm. Again, your strategy here, lowest level of your home, interior room, put as many walls, and we're talking south-facing walls between you and this cell as it moves in. You can see the wind moving the rain on our camera view here. So again, even outside of any rotation, we are talking some very fierce winds within this cell. Jason, I don't know what you're seeing on your end there, but if you want to take it over, you can take a look at what you're seeing on your end.
Yeah, you know, we have a lot of products to detect some of that rotation, and this is another one that looks at the shear inside the storm or the cell. So this is a little bit of a different color coding compared to what you were seeing with meteorologist Jim Dickey. But I want to highlight the area of concern right now, and this is right around the villas out toward McGregor Boulevard and Highway 41. Do you see that little pop of color? This is our NBC2 First Alert live Doppler radar picking up on that rotation so we can isolate the area where we're looking at that potential tornado. So let me clear this off, and we're going to go as close in as we can to see exactly which areas could be dealing with that tornado. So this is right along College Parkway up through Pine Manor as we go a little bit farther north. If you're near Colonial Boulevard and US 41, so this entire section and really all the way out to I-75. So Colonial, US 41, McGregor Boulevard. If you live anywhere in this zone, you need to go to a safe place. Get away from the walls, get away from the windows. There could be a potential tornado with this cell, and we're looking at all of our cameras to see if there's any ground truth to that, to see if we can find it. But as meteorologist Jim Dickey was also mentioning, sometimes that can be difficult because these are rain wraps. So what I want to do, since we're getting this new perspective here, so we're focused on this area of rotation here as it continues to the north at 40 miles per hour. Let me zoom out a little bit more. These cells are moving just so quickly, so I just want to make sure I have enough room to draw that track to give you a heads up of which communities will be impacted. So this is heading right toward downtown Fort Myers. So let's draw this as it moves up to the north at about 40 miles per hour, so right there. So let's move this over so you can see it. The Oasis condominium. So if you know where that is, it's right along the Caloosahatchee River near the downtown Fort Myers area. You've got about 5 minutes before this starts to move in, okay? So don't think just because you see it down near Colonial Boulevard and south of there that you have some time. Go to your safe place now. Rivers Edge Mobile Home Park, 1232. Get to a safe place. Kara's Village at 1234. Palmona Park, 1234. You can just see some of these estimated arrival times, even north of the river for North Fort Myers at 1234. So you don't have a whole lot of time, about 10 minutes as this races off to the north at 40 miles per hour. That tornado warning in effect until 12:45, so another 20 minutes. But I've got a feeling, based on some of the signatures that we're seeing of that rotation, that could be extended. So please take this very seriously. This is kind of the first phase of the impacts that we're seeing with Hurricane Milton right now, the tornado threat. All of Southwest Florida under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. Let me switch to a different mode here just to get to look at a different vantage point. We're going to look at what we call velocity, which analyzes how the winds are moving inside of the thunderstorm, so we can kind of get an inside look at what the storm is doing. So let me go ahead and clear this here for you, and I want to circle the area that is of greatest concern. And actually, you can hear the winds picking up at the TV station here. So there's that, and let's go ahead and zoom in just a little bit more. And it looks like that area of rotation perhaps is right near the midpoint bridge now. So between the midpoint bridge and the Cape Coral Bridge, here's Colonial Boulevard. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take our tower cam shot. Yeah, let's keep on taking these camera shots to see if we can find any kind of lowering of the clouds or a potential tornado on the ground.
We're pointed toward 41 in downtown.
Okay, so yeah, our tower cam is pointed toward Highway 41 and downtown Fort Myers. So this is the area right through here where we're seeing those twisting winds and a potential tornado. So this would include far eastern portions of Cape Coral. Looks like actually we just got a brand new scan on the NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar. The hope is that we will continue to see this to weaken, or at least weaken at some point, but we just haven't seen that yet. So right there, here's the midpoint bridge, right along the Caloosahatchee into downtown Fort Myers. There's that signature that has us concerned with some twisting winds inside of this cell, and this tornado warning set to expire about 20 minutes from now as it races off up to the north. So please go to your safe place. Central Fort Myers, the downtown area, even concerned about far northeastern portions of Cape Coral. Let me zoom in just a little bit tighter so you can get a better idea. We'll go street level and really drill down on which communities could be impacted. So let's fly right in here. So now let's say between the midpoint bridge and downtown Fort Myers, this is around the Whiskey Creek area, right along McGregor Boulevard. So here's the Caloosahatchee River, and this is out toward closer to J.C. Park and the northeast Cape Coral. So this is the section of the storm where we're analyzing some of those twisting winds. Meteorologist Jim Dickey is also analyzing this storm. Jim, does it appear to you that this is maybe tightening up a little bit in the last few minutes?
Yeah, I think so. So I think what we're seeing is sort of portions of the storm wrapping up, portions of the storm breaking down, wrapping up. And Jason just pointed out the area in particular of most concern in this cell. You have right here just north of the midpoint now, and this is going to ride right up the northeastern side of the Cape and North Fort Myers. So staying just to the west of downtown Fort Myers. This has already crossed over the Caloosahatchee. There's Hancock Bridge Parkway. We're talking Hancock Bridge Parkway east of Del Prado. That is where the storm is going to move in the next few moments. And again, I can't emphasize enough, this possible tornado is rain wrapped. You're not going to see it coming. So don't be going to your window and try to see this potential funnel out there. You're not going to see anything. You just want to hang tight in that interior room and stay put until this passes by. I want to try to get a track on this for you and take this on a more north and northwesterly course, as that appears to be how that has moved in the last few moments, racing at 50 miles per hour. And just a caveat on all of this, because again, we've seen areas of rotation spin up, wind down, spin up, wind down, and I think that will continue to occur. The corner of your screen, there's some times for you here. The Lockmore Villa condos at 12:33, Tropic Terrace at 12:33, Palm Island and 12:34. So we're talking the next 5 minutes. The Northeast Cape, just sort of in general here, the Northeast Cape at 12:35, Pomona Park at 12:36, and North Fort Myers at 12:46. North Fort Myers is marked on our map east of 41. We're talking more the area west of 41 in North Fort Myers as you head up towards Pine Island Road. That is where this area of rotation is tracking. This is a view there in the corner of the Edison Bridge where we're seeing very strong winds. In fact, go ahead and take this full right now. This is one of the spots where we're seeing some of those fierce winds, and this is not a time that you're going to be out there like these folks are on the roadways in Fort Myers and Cape Coral. Even outside of the potential for a tornado within this cell, we are clocking winds. I'm clocking them right now in real time at 80 plus miles per hour aloft, but we're easily seeing gusts In fact, if either of you can take a look at what the gust was at Page Field Airport as that moved through, I'm sure we got a reading from Page Field.
Cape Coral tornado warning has been allowed to expire, the one that was issued earlier.
Right. So now we are focusing in specifically on that cell that is over downtown Fort Myers. And as we speak here, I do think that area of rotation that's of most concern within that cell is actually a little bit outside of that tornado warning box. It's right on the border there, just north of the Midpoint Bridge, waiting for an update here, this latest scan, to come in from our radar. Let's make sure we have the latest. This is quickly moving towards North Fort Myers, towards the Northeast Cape. There's an update. There's a new scan. It is broadening a little bit. We still have very, very strong winds here. Let me pixel some of these winds across the North Fort Myers, the downtown Fort Myers area. Now, again, we're watching from Tampa's radar, so it's a ways up in the atmosphere by the time it gets here to the Fort Myers area, but wind gusts potentially in the range of 70 to 80 miles per hour. The equivalent of the strongest thunderstorm you can think of is what we're dealing with here as this cell is moving through the Fort Myers area. There's Colonial under an area where we're clocking winds at 80 plus miles per hour. The strong winds extend out to about Gateway. We're seeing gusty winds towards Buckingham, towards Lehigh Acres. But the area we're watching for rotation is now sort of drifting to the north and west. In our latest update, into North Fort Myers. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We're going to keep a very close eye on this cell. We'll watch for any additional spin-ups within it. There over North Fort Myers, Horizon Village. This is right along Pine Island Road. Those are the spots where there's still a little bit of spin within this cell. So again, we'll keep a close eye on this as this moves northward. I want to sort of reset, take a look at the wider view. Currently, no active tornado warnings. Let me switch over to our radar. No active tornado warnings. And by all accounts on our radar, the rain band not looking quite as formidable as it was as it first moved its way onshore. But an active situation ongoing, and I can't stress enough, in North Fort Myers, downtown Fort Myers, interior Lee County, including Lehigh Acres. You want to be hanging tight, hanging home. This is not the time to be heading out on the roadways. Let this rain band pass. We have a little bit of a break in the action once this rain band lifts its way northward, so wait for that to pass. If you're still trying to rush some last-minute preps here, you will have a sort of window of opportunity in the next hour, but until that point, sit tight, wait out for this rain to pass. Let's try to reset here. Okay, I want to get our grip here, and we'll get back to talking about Milton, the latest with the storm, the latest from the Hurricane Center. Let's take a break. We'll come right back with more coverage on Hurricane Milton.
All right, I want to get you back out to live Doppler radar. We can go ahead and put DOP2 at the wall. So we, of course, just covered all of those active tornado warnings. But at this point, we do not have any active warnings for Southwest Florida. So we are still looking at a heavy band of rain. And this is still producing significant threats. So if you were in Lee County, Charlotte County, those tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. But you still want to be indoors, of course, as we're continuing to track the impacts of Milton. So what I want to go ahead and do is take you back over to velocity here so we can take a look at some of the winds that are still coming out of what once was these tornado warned cells. So we are still seeing significant wind gusts, even though those tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Look at some of these projections, 70, 80 mile per hour winds. This is all up along downtown Fort Myers, in the Forum area, up through North Fort Myers, and even parts of Cape Coral. And there you go. We just got another tornado warning issued. So let's go ahead and get you the latest on this, because again, we are still seeing significant winds. Let's go ahead and take a look at this from a different angle here. This is again over Gilchrist, over Porta Vista, over North Fort Myers here. And we are seeing this over Horizon Village, Northeast Cape, downtown Fort Myers. And I'm seeing a pretty concerning area right here. So when we see these greens and these vivid blues popping up, again, this would be over the Caloosahatchee. This would be moving very quickly off toward the north at about 50 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and pixel some of this so you can see what type of winds we are talking about here. Downtown Fort Myers, back toward the Forum and up toward Tice and North Fort Myers, you can see some of these winds out of this tornado warning here. So as I zoom on out so you can get the broader picture for a moment, I want to show you the latest because this just got issued, pushing eventually into Charlotte County. Babcock Ranch actually included in this. This is in effect until 1 p.m. So let's go ahead and switch this back over to radar so you can see what we're dealing with. Lots of lightning with this particular storm, lots of heavy rain. We're also monitoring closely the National Weather Service chat to see if any reports or confirmed reports come out of these. But if you are within this tornado warning, what you need to be doing and what you should have already been doing as we see Hurricane Milton quickly approaching the Gulf Coast is you want to be indoors, away from walls and windows. So put as many walls in between you and this storm as possible. Get into an interior room, and if you're in a 2-story home, get to the lowest level of your home. That storm surge threat not picking up until closer to the late afternoon and into tonight. So the imminent threat, this tornado warning. Let's show you some communities that are included in this. So this includes up toward South Punta Gorda Heights, Tropical Gulf Acres, Pirate Harbor. This takes us down 41 and I-75 all the way down even over into downtown Fort Myers and back east toward areas like Fort Myers Shores and the Veranda. This takes us even into the Forum just north of Colonial and Colonial Country Club here. So switching this back over to velocity, let's go ahead and see what some of the winds are within this. And you can see this area of concern here, especially for this area over downtown Fort Myers. So as I take a look at this from a different angle, I want to see if we can get any other perspective. And we're getting new radar scans as this comes in. We are still seeing significant areas of rotation. This area in particular, just north of Gilchrist, to the east of South Punta Gorda Heights here, to the west of Tucker's Corner. And we're still seeing these moving very, very quickly here. So if you are anywhere within this tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter from a lot of these very impactful winds. So let's go ahead and pixel some of this as well. This is a pretty pronounced signature we're seeing just to the southwest of Vermont, and this is we're looking at the Lee and Charlotte County lines here. So we're looking just east of downtown Punta Gorda, just north of Gilchrist and north of Babcock Ranch. Let's go ahead and move farther to the south and see if there are any other areas of significant rotation. Again, still seeing, even if we're not seeing confirmed tornadoes on the ground, we are still seeing dangerous, strong winds out of this. So Bayshore Commons, North Fort Myers, Tice. I want to go ahead and put a track on this particular area. We're seeing putting out some decent rotation over North Fort Myers here, and we are constantly seeing some of these values, 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds. So let's go ahead and put a track on this. First, let's check in and see how fast these are moving. These have been flying. You can see to the north at 56 miles per hour here. So eventually this will be working into Morgantown. If this holds, 102 Peace River Shores, 103 Fort Ogden, 107. And we're going to continue to be monitoring this warning. But for a moment, I want to zoom out again and give you the full picture of what exactly we are dealing with. Hurricane Milton is still a powerful Category 4 storm, and we can actually see this on a radar. You can actually see the eye wall associated with Hurricane Milton. It is still on track to make landfall late tonight around midnight. And with these outer bands, we are seeing these lashing southwest Florida. And so you can see all of those areas of rotation that have been tornado warned so far over the past few hours continue to have a way to receive weather alerts. This is now confirmed. You can see that flashing purple. So a confirmed tornado warning until 1 p.m. So this is in effect for Lee, eventually into Charlotte County. I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Jim Dickey. What are you seeing from your perspective?
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to watch this on radar as well. In fact, if you can go ahead and pop up ABC Doppler 2. I have the Babcock Ranch camera up there. This is just to the west, the Babcock Ranch area, the area of rotation that we're seeing here. Uh-oh, looks like we jumped around a little bit. There we go. We have our area of rotation that is off to the west of Babcock Ranch, moving through the North Fort Myers area, right along Bayshore. So Bayshore right here, Bayshore Road, running down into the North Fort Myers area, crossing 41, Pine Island Road. And there's your area that we're watching with that rotation right now, the confirmed tornado. There was a debris signature picked up within this, meaning kicking up some debris within this tornadic thunderstorm. And this is what we're going to be watching for you. There's these individual cells. So we have FDOT with I-75. Go ahead and take that full so we can get a look at what we're seeing there. Tucker's Grade we have now. Go ahead and take that full. That's 75 near Tucker's Grade. So that's a ways off to the south of where that area of rotation is. We're talking right along Bayshore right now in the North Fort Myers area, moving quickly to the north at 50 miles per hour. I'm going to get a track on this for you. Go ahead, take the AWS camera in downtown Fort Myers so we can take a look on AWS. And this is one of the big concerns with these areas of rotation is that you simply cannot see all that much in these cells. Bring it back to me. We can get some times on where this area of rotation is tracking. Slater by 1247, Gilchrist by 1250, Morgantown by 110, Peace River Shores and Deep Creek by 112. We're talking just along the Caloosahatchee, and these things are moving quickly at about 50 miles per hour. So anybody watching from the North Fort Myers area, you want to be sure, again, lowest level of your home, interior room, put as many walls, south-facing walls, between you and this incoming cell as possible for the confirmed tornado warning. If either you get any information on how that was confirmed, I would love to hear it from the Weather Service. Get any pictures, any videos in, bring those up immediately as well. The area, I want to zoom back in and get a closer view, get down to street view of what we're talking about with this area of spin. And of note, this is moving so quickly that this is likely already off to the north of Bayshore, but there is Bayshore Road, there's Slater Road, and there's your update. So if anything, this is moving a little more to the north. This area of spin here, it's now to the north of Bayshore. There's State Road 31. There's the Babcock Ranch community. This is due west of Babcock Ranch, moving quickly to the north. There's Now Grade Road, Lynn Road, Now Road, Durant's Road, and Bayshore. So all those little roads that connect up to Bayshore here, just down the road from the Civic Center. That's where this area of spin and that confirmed tornado would be right now, crossing 75 in and around the North Fort Myers area, lifting away from North Fort Myers. I'm going to try to get another track on this for you. This area of very pronounced rotation within this cell, off to the east of the Heritage, right along 75. So if we have any cameras right near the Charlotte and Lee County line on 75, that's where this appears to be tracking right now, and we can get a view of what we're talking about. Yeah, this looks like it's jogged just a bit to the west. Yes, Jason.
I just wanted to tell you what the National Weather Service is reporting and why they're confirming it a tornado, where that source is coming from. So they're reporting at 12:41, just 5 minutes ago, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Pomona Park, or near Fort Myers, moving north at 25 miles per hour. And this was confirmed by a spotter.
Okay, we have those very strong winds right now within the cell, that very strong, pronounced area of rotation that looks to be just east of 75. You see where Gilchrist is marked on our map. That's where this area of rotation is. It is just to the west of William Drive. This is just to the west of Lynn Road. This is I-75. So again, any traffic cameras we have on 75 near the Charlotte and Lee County line, near Tucker's Grade, that is where this area of strong rotation is right now. I'm trying to look at some different products to see if we got any debris signatures within that. You can really hone in on what we're talking about as far as that area of spin and that potential tornado within that cell. Yeah, we have clearly working to the north and west there, that very strong rotation within this cell. That's near where Gilchrist is marked on this map. There's 75, and there is your area of spin. We're going to keep on this as this moves quickly to the north. Again, we're talking about 50 miles per hour. Some spots for you. There's the Babcock Ranch community. This is 31. This is 75. And this area of rotation, this strong couplet on radar, is moving right up 75 right now, and moving quickly to the north and the northwest. If we can take that Fort Myers camera again, if we have that, I just want to get a view of what we're talking about, just to give those of you that are watching from these areas along 75, close to the Lee and Charlotte County line, the issue we face in that these are what we call rain wrapped. There's heavy rain within these areas of rotation, so you can't see them coming. This is now moving more to the north. We just got a new update. We have our strong area of rotation located just to the east now of Gilchrist. This is right along the Lee and Charlotte County line, just to the west of 31 and the Babcock Ranch community. This is, there's 31, there's Babcock Ranch. We're now crossing over into Charlotte County. We're talking west of Babcock Ranch. In fact, I have the Babcock Ranch camera up on Doppler 2 ABC. Bring that up. I just want to see what that's looking like right now. The area of the strongest winds is just off to the west, but those winds are howling all the same. The rain going sideways. Again, the area of rotation is to your west. And if either of you, Lauren or Jason, can try to swing that camera so we can look more to the west, because this is looking off to the east towards our interior areas there in Charlotte County, but certainly not something you want to be out there in Babcock Ranch either. But bring it back to me here. We can hone in on that area of rotation once again. Let's put a track on this. This is going into the forest here, so moving away from 75, but a very pronounced area of rotation, a very dangerous storm. If you're watching from the Babcock Ranch community or any of those areas along 31 west of 31, that's generally where this is tracking. You want to be sure you are in your safe space in your home, an interior room, as few doors and windows as you can manage it. I'm going to track this now due north to get an idea where that's going. Right up, staying just to the west of 31, here in the just west of the Babcock Ranch area, paralleling 31 and tracking off to the north at 50 miles per hour. And even outside of that, those winds are very strong in and around the Babcock Ranch community right now. I'm clocking winds. In fact, keep that Babcock Ranch camera up as that area of stronger winds is nearing the area. You go ahead and bring that full. We can get a closer look at some of those winds we're seeing right now in Babcock Ranch. Winds whipping out of the east to try to meet that cell. Your couplet has just crossed the Lee and Charlotte County line. It's along William Drive. It is just to the west of Susan Drive, just to the east of the Gilchrist area. If you want to pop up the HERC again so we can look at the area we're talking about, you see the Babcock Ranch camera in the corner of your screen. There's the Babcock Ranch community off of 31. This is not all that far off to the west and moving generally off to the north and east. So there's Horseshoe Road. There's communities along Horseshoe Road. Williams Drive off to the north. That very tight couplet on radar is moving in your direction and moving quickly. This cell is moving at 50 miles per hour. So there is not much time for you to be thinking about getting ready. You got to get to your safe place now, your interior room now, your room without doors, without windows. Put as many south-facing walls between you and this approaching cell as possible. Interior closet, interior hallway, interior bathroom. That is your aim with this cell, this confirmed tornado-warned storm with still a very pronounced couplet right now. Okay, we move the camera, take that full again, because again, I think it does a good job of illustrating what we're talking about when we say a rain-wrapped tornado. We're looking directly towards, from our Babcock Ranch camera, where that area of rotation would be, which is just due west now of the Babcock Ranch community, and you can't see a thing. It is pouring. So don't go to your window and try to view this, this funnel moving in right now, this confirmed tornado moving in right now, a dangerous tornado on the ground moving into South Charlotte County. Don't go to your window, try to see it. You're not going to see it. Stay in your safe room in your home, that interior room, interior hallway, interior bathroom. Hang tight, stick around until this storm passes by. It is just to the west of 31. We have crossed over Cook Brown Road, and this is going to pass right to the west of Tucker's Corner. And as it continues to race to the north at 50+ miles per hour. Lauren, if there's something you're seeing on your end, you want to take it over, we can go ahead and take it over to the wall from here.
Well, what they did is they extended that tornado warning farther to the north. So we're still monitoring this confirmed tornado warning just to the northwest of Babcock Ranch now. But we also have another new tornado warning I want to get you to as well. So farther to the south, this includes a big portion of Collier County, a new tornado warning in effect now until 1:15. So let's show you what we're seeing with this. So as we take you over to different products here so we can get a different angle of these storms. If you live in Golden Gate, again, this is along Alligator Alley, Golden Gate Estates, the vineyards as well. Seek shelter. We have seen these tornadoes spinning up very quickly this morning, but let's show you the confirmed tornado warning again, because this, I want to play this back over the last 30 minutes or so you can see where this spun up. I know that for those of you who live in downtown Fort Myers along the Caloosahatchee and even up into North Fort Myers, you have been included in this confirmed tornado warning, but watch as this really starts to come together over the last 15 minutes or so. So we were looking at significant winds, but look at that area of rotation there. So for those of you in downtown Fort Myers and North Fort Myers, you are technically included in this, but the threat is well north of you. This is now passing northwest of Babcock Ranch, and as we look farther to the north, since they have now extended that tornado warning and it is confirmed, this is going to be now extended to include places like Sparkman and some of these street names, Knott Sterry Road, State Highway 31, Farabee Road as well. And it does appear that we are still seeing significant rotation. So when we're measuring this out, we are still seeing this moving very quickly to the north at almost 50 miles per hour. So putting this measuring tool on it, 7 miles to the northwest of Babcock Ranch. And I want to pixel this so we can see exactly what winds we're talking about here. This is our product velocity here. So we're looking at what type of winds this is putting out. Again, we've had numerous areas of rotation so far this morning. This is a confirmed tornado. So we are seeing this as a very impressive signature on velocity here. When we're looking at this, we're looking to see winds that are both going away and toward the radar. So let's show show you as we zoom on in where this is really heading toward Vermont. Heads up for you, this is right about to be on top of you. So this is to the southwest, and like we've been talking about, there's a lot of lightning with this nasty storm. There's very heavy rain as well, so you will not be able to see this here. So this is along State Highway 31 up toward Vermont. We are seeing very significant rotation. This is just to the west of Tucker's Corner, and this is already north of Babcock Ranch. So Babcock, I know you're included in this still. And for those of you in Punta Gorda included in this, I do expect this to pass just to the east of you. So as I zoom on out, I want to put a track on this again. This has been extended to include more parts of Charlotte County to the east of Port Charlotte and to the east of Punta Gorda. And if this held, eventually it would be working into DeSoto County. So Arcadia, you need to watch this very closely as well. So this is moving to the north at almost 50 miles per hour, and we're going to keep watching this very, very closely because, again, a confirmed tornado warning. All right, looks like another tornado warning also popping up now again to include more portions of Lee County. So this includes areas like River Hall, Alva, Lehigh Acres. We are seeing a lot of these bands associated with Milton producing significant winds and at times some areas of rotation. So let's go ahead and switch back over to a different product here so we can pixel some of this. And I am seeing a concerning area over North Fort Myers, downtown Fort Myers as well. So it's this area right here. And you can see this to the north of Green Edge, north of Cypress Preserve. Jim, what are you seeing from your perspective? Because we are still seeing significant rotation now popping up very quickly over downtown Fort Myers heading north.
Yeah, this is kind of how this has played out over the last few moments. We have numerous areas of rotation that are sort of spinning up, tightening up within that broader rain band. I think we have our tower camera. Take that full. What are we looking at here? I think I see a lowering wall cloud. So we're looking northward towards the North Fort Myers area. I'm not seeing a funnel within that, but this is looking toward that area of rotation that Lauren just pointed out. So we have that lowering wall cloud and potentially a funnel within that. We're looking north towards downtown Fort Myers. We're looking across the Caloosahatchee towards North Fort Myers. Let me dial in to that cell. This is quickly moving away from the Caloosahatchee. Keep that view up. Jason, keep a close eye on that. If you see any type of funnel, be sure to call it out. And bring it back so we can take a look at what we're talking about here, the areas that need to be most concerned with that area within that tornado-warned storm. This is along 41. This is near where Buccaneer is marked, Old Bridge Village, Bay Shore Commons. There's Easy Street in North Fort Myers, Bahia Lane. There's Epson Drive. That's the area of rotation within that cell that we're looking at from our tower camera. Take that tower camera full again so we can get a closer view. A very pronounced lowering wall cloud, clear rotation being picked up on our radar. Not seeing a funnel touching down within that, but if you're in the North Fort Myers area right now, just as we've been telling you, see how quickly the clouds are moving across the sky. These storms are moving at a 50-mile-per-hour clip, and we've been watching numerous areas spin up within it. So here's your lowering wall cloud from our tower camera looking towards North Fort Myers. That is the area now where we do have that intense sort of couplet trying to spin up a new area of rotation starting to spin up. There's a new update. Let's bring it back here so we can take a look at where that rotation is now. I know there's a lot flashing on your screen. There's multiple tornado warnings we're tracking for you right now, but it's in North Fort Myers. This is just to the east of US 41 and just to the west of Bayshore. This is moving off to the north. Easy Lane, Laurel Drive, Bahia Lane, Shelby Lane, Mellow Drive. Some of the spots in North Fort Myers where this area of rotation is moving in right now, where you want to be sure, again, your strategy here, I know I've said it a number of times, if you're just tuning in, if you just got that new alert to your phone in North Fort Myers, lowest level of your home, interior room, as few doors and windows. You can think maybe an interior hallway, interior bathroom, interior closet. Put as many south-facing walls between you and that cell as possible. And you're hearing the tones here. Those are the various tornado warnings that continue to be issued in this rain band as we see more of these areas of spin within these cells. I want to take a look again at our cell over Charlotte County. This is still a pronounced area of rotation. It's over the sort of forest now west of 31, but this is going to cross Vermont Road in the next few moments between Tucker's Corner and between South Punta Gorda Heights. This is our confirmed tornado warning. This potentially still a strong, dangerous tornado on the ground. Oftentimes with these landfalling hurricanes, we talk about, hey, quick spin-up funnels. That is not the case we've seen this morning. These are large and dangerous tornadoes that have been confirmed in many of these cells, and we have our, just as I speak here, this moves further to the north. So this is going to cross Vermont Road in the next few moments. I want to put a track on this confirmed tornado warned storm for you. Let's track it to the north and northwest at 50 plus miles per hour. Lots of lightning with this cell here too. We're going to watch this closely. Arcadia. I'm not saying necessarily that we'll hold that rotation all the way to Arcadia, but you need to pay close attention. We're talking in just about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. That's when this cell, this area of rotation, this confirmed tornado will be moving towards you. Fort Ogden by 120s. This is going to cross Vermont Road in moments, cross the Charlotte and DeSoto County line, and head up the 17 corridor toward Fort Ogden, towards Arcadia. Lauren, are you seeing anything with that cell there in the Fort Myers area right now?
I am seeing an area of concern, mainly back along Palm Beach Boulevard. And I just want to make note, the National Weather Service saying that we have had 5 confirmed tornadoes so far today. So a bit of an outbreak going on. And we are seeing this significant in areas like Alva, along State Road 80. I mean, look at the signature here along River Hall. Olga, you were included in this along North River Road. So again, this is just to the east of downtown Fort Myers. Frank Road along Palm Beach Boulevard. This is an area I am particularly concerned about. We are seeing this continuing to push to the north at about 50 miles per hour. So it's not uncommon to see a lot of these tornadoes during tropical events. And we do have a live look here. It looks like over downtown Fort Myers here. If we could go ahead and take that full for a moment, this is within that tornado warning here. And you can see we are still looking at a lot of rain with this, but in the distance there, we're looking at potentially that area of rotation, trying to zoom in the camera for you so we can see this as well. This is from the Edison Grand in downtown Fort Myers. And there you go. We are looking at in the distance there again, looking toward North Fort Myers, heading over the Caloosahatchee. It's difficult to pinpoint a lot of these because a lot of this is rain wrapped. We are seeing these with a lot of heavy rain, but as you look there, if we can see this as we look in the distance, but again, a lot of this is hard to depict with all of the rain. I want to get back out to radar so we can see what we're tracking as well. So we are looking at this again, this area of concern, particularly over just east of Fort Myers Shores, Olga, River Hall. We are still seeing a pretty significant area of rotation. So let's put a track on this particular cell as this generally is moving off toward the north at about 50 miles per hour. And we are still seeing significant rotation even just north of that as well, north of Babcock Ranch. So this has been that confirmed tornado we've been watching for a while, over toward just crossing into the Charlotte County line and eventually going to be pushing into DeSoto here. So this is another area we need to be watching very closely. Honing on into some of these street names again, Vermont, we're still seeing significant rotation over you. Lots of lightning with this as well. This is heading towards Sparkman, and this is still putting out significant rotation. So let's pixel this and show you what we're talking about about. Anytime you see those greens popping up against those reds, we're looking at areas going toward and away from the radar here. So a lot of lightning, and that's always a good tool to use to determine if that overall thunderstorm is weakening or not. So let's go ahead for a moment, and then I'm going to send it back over to you, Jim, to just reset and show you, because we're dealing with a lot as Hurricane Milton continues to work toward the Florida Gulf Coast. So let's switch this back over to radar and just show you the overall picture of what we're dealing with. So you can see the eye wall of Milton sitting well off of our coast, but as I play this back, you can see as this continues to barrel toward Florida, all of this outer moisture and those feeder bands, it's a lot of spin that we're dealing with, producing a lot of tornadoes. And again, 5 confirmed so far. Jim, what are you seeing from your perspective?
Yeah, I'm seeing another area tightening up to the south there of what we were tracking earlier on. I see 3 areas of concern right now in that broader rain band. We have that same confirmed tornadic cell that is moving right now across Vermont Road. Here's a second area. This is due west of Babcock Ranch, due west of 41. That one looks a little bit weaker in this latest scan that came in. And then to the south of that, and this is the one I want to dial in on here, and I know there's lots of flashing polygons. It's a very active situation. The Weather Service is catching up with all of these various areas of rotation that are spinning up within these cells. We have some broader rotation, though, going right across the Caloosahatchee. This is now just east of 31, just north of Fort Myers Shores, just to the north and west of Olga. There's North River Road, where you cut down and cross over towards Palm Beach. And again, there's 31. So we're talking the area between 31 and Olga, another area of rotation within this. Not necessarily confirmed, but a potential tornado with that one, although it does look to have broadened a little bit in the last frame. There are some very strong winds right now. I think we still have the Babcock cam up on Doppler 2 ABC. I would love to see that right now, as there appears to be some very strong winds. There you go. There's your lowering wall cloud here, too, from the Babcock Ranch area. I think you can see a little bit, perhaps, of a funnel trying to touch down. If you've ever driven along 31, you see there in the distance, that's one of the TV towers there, the signal towers. There appears to be a little bit, perhaps, of that lowering of the cloud there. And certainly the rain has wound down a little bit in the Babcock community, allowing us to see that, an indication of the dynamics within this cell. The wind's so strong that the rain not really able to even fall through that right now. Lauren, you have something to add?
Coming in from the National Weather Service chat. So we are seeing damage reports from La Paloma Boulevard in North Fort Myers. So this was confirmed from that tornado on the ground again from La Paloma Boulevard in North Fort Myers. So this would be as you cross over the Caloosahatchee and you head up 41 into North Fort Myers. This is damage reported near the Deltura Golf and Country Club. Of course, feel free to send in any of those damage reports to us. But again, that coming from the National Weather Service, that damage reported at 12:50 p.m. at La Paloma Boulevard, that cross street Del Mar. So we're going to continue to monitor the National Weather Service chat for any damage reports as we continue to monitor these warnings.
And that cell is still showing very strong rotation. Go ahead and bring this back full so I can show the folks at home the areas we're talking about. This is the cell that, by all accounts, looks to have had a tornado on the ground for quite a while now. A long track tornado with this cell that is crossing Vermont Road west of 31, by far and away the best signature. A few other areas I'm watching to see if they can spin up a little bit further. We have one off to the north and east, off to the north of Bayshore here, as it's crossing over into Charlotte County. We have a second area, another area near the Babcock Ranch community. That's a little bit of a broader rotation area, but we do have some very strong winds there right now here too in that area. I'm going to take a look at the broader view. Let's get a wide picture of everything going on out there right now, and I'll switch it back over to our radar. We have a number of tornado warnings in effect. Let's try to reset here. We have our very dangerous long track tornadic thunderstorm right now in Charlotte County. That cell is lifting northward. That cell is moving across Beaumont Road as we speak. I mean, this is a textbook tornadic signature on the radar. This looks to be what we call a debris ball, the area where perhaps some debris has been lofted within this cell, this little hook that's coming off of this. The area of rotation is moving north now of 75. This one is actually to the south of that initial storm we were talking about. We have another area of spin on our radar that is just off to the east, or to the west rather, of the Babcock Ranch community on 75. Very heavy rain in between. So again, we urge you here, this is not the time, if you're watching from North Fort Myers, if you're watching from the North Fort Myers area, if you're watching from the Babcock Ranch community, the Punta Gorda area, you don't want to be trying to get to your window to see any of these areas of spin, to see any of these funnels trying to work their way in to your location. You want to stay in your safe place, your interior room. Limit the number of windows and doors if you can. Stay hunkered down until this storm passes by. I'm going to track this very clear rotation signature, this very clear hook signature. I'm going to put it at 50 miles per hour, which might be a little bit too quickly for how this is moving, but let's give an overestimate here. The Peace River Shores community by 131, Deep Creek by 131, Lake Susie by 134, Fort Ogden by 135. That storm that is showing strong rotation right now. We dial into the Babcock Ranch community. We have a second area, a second little hook working down off of this one. Not quite as pronounced, but fairly formidable looking in its own right. This is going to track over the eastern side of Babcock Ranch and roll right along 31. Also head towards the Beaumont area. Trying to get this track on for you. So Babcock Ranch, we're talking in the next 5 minutes, the area of rotation rolling by the community. We have more areas of rotation to track as well. I want to dive southward. Here is another one. This is, as we dive in southeast portions of Lee County, where Corkscrew is marked on the map. There's the Bellaterra community. There's RSW. This is off to the east of RSW. You can see a clear hook signature on the radar right there. Another storm potentially producing a tornado. We have another one to the south of that. This is to the south of the Bellaterra community. We're talking south of Corkscrew Road. So all of the various communities along Corkscrew Road, we'll be watching this one closely as it lifts its way northward in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Another storm capable of producing a tornado. Jason, you seeing anything on your end there that you want to jump in and point out to the viewers?
Yeah, I tell you what, we have so much going on right now. We've got the tornado threat, multiple hazards expected as we go through the next 24 hours. I also want to give you the bigger picture, and Jim was touching on this earlier, but with our NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar, we can detect the eye right there. That is Hurricane Milton, and this is where those peak winds are. Just to give you an idea of how far away that is from our radar site, it looks like it's just about 150, or actually, let me go into our little tracker tool, and I want to track it from where the eye wall is in the strongest winds. So yeah, so if you measure it from the outer eye wall, we have a major hurricane about 100 miles, just over 100 miles off of our coast. So as we continue to follow all of these tornado warnings and some of the confirmed tornadoes we've seen, we also want to give you that big picture view. And the tornado, or rather the hurricane, we have a lot of rotating systems out there today, is making a motion right now. It's moving to the northeast, just about like this, but we do expect it to eventually curve back over to the east. So we're also watching that very, very closely. We have a new update coming out we're going to get to in just a moment from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Milton with an update on the speed, but I also want to just kind of walk you through where we're looking at some of the severe weather, the tornado warnings, And if you're just joining us today, along with the tornado warnings, we have a tornado watch that's also in effect until 9 p.m. So it looks like this is something that we're going to have to continue to deal with for the next several hours. That's the first phase of the threat. Let's start down over sections of Collier County. Finally getting a break for Naples and Marco Island, but we still have that tornado warning in effect until 1:15. We're looking at, okay, so that's good. As soon as I clicked on it, the tornado warning expired. And so now that tornado warning has expired for Collier County. So that's some good news. The rotation is weakening there. We're also looking out closer to Immokalee. This is just some heavy rainfall, no rotation being detected over inland sections of Collier County. So let's take a trip up US Highway 41 and I-75 and focus on where we're tracking the worst of the weather. So we have this tornado warning for the southeastern corner of Lee County. That's until 1:45. So another 30 minutes of that is in effect as this continues to push up to the north at about 25 miles per hour. So we've got that tornado warning. And if you can kind of see here, and I'll point this out for you, but we've got multiple cells showing signs of rotation, and we're going to take a closer look at a rotation detection in just a moment. But just to kind of show you something you're more familiar with on the NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar, the concern is, even though you might not be looking outside and seeing that tornado, there could still be one there, because we're in a situation now where it's rain wrapped, so it's going to be very difficult to see, but it looks like, yeah, so that looks to be a little hook signature here near 82 over the south side of Lehigh Acres. That's pushing over towards central sections of Lehigh Acres, so if you're in Lehigh Acres, please go to a safe spot. Usually with tropical systems, we don't see an environment like this where we have long-lived tornadoes. We often talk about brief tornado spin-ups. That's not the situation we're in right now. The environment is incredibly conducive for producing these tornado spin-ups, and that's why we're really concerned about that at this point. Let me switch over to a different product for you to look at, and this is going to show us the potential spin in the atmosphere. So we're looking over here near Lehigh. I know this just might look a little cluttered to your eye, but as trained meteorologists, we're looking at some other indicators here where we are seeing some spin in some of these cells. So what I'm going to do here is let me just get a broader vantage point just so I can kind of get a better view of what's going on. Okay. So I'm going to draw a track here from where we're looking at some spin, and it looks like that's right over near 82. It doesn't look as impressive as some of the other signatures that we've seen, but I'm going to draw a track here for you as this moves up. It's moving at about 25 miles per hour, but I'm going to draw it a little bit faster just to give you some more lead time. So areas over central sections of Lehigh Acres, this would include Veterans Park, Homestead Road South, if you're familiar, what was formerly known as the Cookie, Lee Boulevard, as it dives southward down through Alabama Road South, central sections of Lehigh Acres. You need to be in a safe spot right now, away from windows, away from outside walls, as we could be looking at a potential tornado here, and there's the timeline. So 1:30 would have the area of rotation right about here over central sections of Lehigh Acres and Alva by 1:43. We're also watching out for those of you in Fort Myers Shores. It looks like at this point, just to my eye, based on the movement, this is going to stay to the east of you, but you are technically in that tornado warning for Fort Myers Shores. So that's the one area of rotation that we're looking at. Let me clear this off the map for you, and we got a camera view from Babcock Ranch. Okay, let's go ahead and take a closer look from Babcock Ranch. I'm going to just step off the screen because the monitor's kind of far from my eyes, so I just want to get a better view to see if we can diagnose any kind of rotation. Take that full. Yeah, let's take it full just so it's a little bit easier to see. And meteorologist Jim Dickey, I don't want to give too much information away about Jim, but he lives in Babcock Ranch, so he's very familiar, of course, with that area. He's keeping a close eye. It's just, Jim, it's just so hard to see in this kind of environment with so much rain.
Well, just a few moments ago, I was watching that camera as I swung it around, and I saw certainly what appeared to be a funnel cloud moving off in the distance. So from this view, you're looking across Lake Babcock there, looking northward towards northern Charlotte County, and there was clearly what appeared to be a funnel cloud moving through that view. Now the rain has moved in as that cell continues to lift northward. So we're talking that tornadic cell north of the Babcock Ranch community. You can go ahead and take it back here.
Well, it appears I've lost my connection with the hand tracker tool. So Jim, if you want to handle it just a couple more minutes, and I'll try to.
Absolutely, sure will. So we're taking a look at a number of different areas of rotation here, a number of different tornadoes, tornado warnings that is still in effect. We have our tornado here, our tornado warning for parts of Charlotte County as this jumps around on me, of course. We have our tornado warning for DeSoto County. That's for this cell that is lifting towards the Arcadia area. That goes until 2 o'clock. We have a second tornado warning that includes southern portions of Charlotte County. That includes interior Lee County. That goes until 1:45. We have another tornado warning. As I zoom back out, I want to get the full view of this here. This band continues to work its way inland, and there's just these numerous areas of rotation along it. Your third tornado warning does not appear to want to pop up for me. There's the flood warning. That is for parts of Collier County. That is for a cell that is just moving over South 41 on the southern side of the rotation. And not to be outdone, behind me here on radar, there's Milton. There's the center of Milton, which is due west right now of the Estero area, lifting to the north and east. This has been a formidable rain band and a number of tornadic supercell thunderstorms within it. Let's begin in Charlotte County again. Let's dive in. This is the cell we've been tracking for you for about an hour now. This is lifting off to the north. This is still showing some signs of rotation. I'm not quite seeing the same hook signature. Here's a hook signature. This is just to the south of Vermont Road. Clearly some rotation right now, right along 31, lifting to the north and west. Another little hook signature just to the south of Tucker's Corner. That's lifting to the north. We showed you the Babcock camera. That's now heavy rain moving in to the Babcock Ranch community after these supercells are lifting northward. Sort of a mess within the cell moving through Lehigh Acres Gateway east of the airport. Let me switch over to the velocity presentation. We can see where some of the areas of spin are within that. We have one right over the heart of Lehigh Acres right now. This is not as pronounced as some of the other areas of spin we were tracking for you earlier on, but all the same in Lehigh Acres, in Alva, in Olga, this area is quickly moving in. We'll cross 80, we'll cross the Caloosahatchee in the next few moments. And again, I can't emphasize enough, your strategy here is to get into that interior safe space. If you're listening from Olga, from Lehigh, from Alva right now, you want to get to that interior room. You want to hunker down and stay there until this storm passes you by. Let's look at what's going on into Collier County, our cell in deep South Collier. I'll switch over to the velocity from Miami. You can get an idea of what we're talking about here. Another very pronounced rotation signature. This one is just east of 29. This just lifted north of the Ochopee community. This is the tail end of this line, another tornado-warned cell that is moving through interior portions of Collier County. We're going to keep an eye on that one. That should stay just to the east of 29. If you're watching from Deep Lake, from Jeremy, from Copeland, this looks to stay just off to your east. Let's jump back into Lee County. Cape Coral, Fort Myers, the band has lifted north and eastward. Break in the action now. The tornado warnings off to your east for the various cells here that are still producing some signs of rotation. Let me go ahead and take a look. Tampa's radar, nothing but heavy rain in Lehigh Acres right now. From that view, we switch over to the velocity mode, and I'm not seeing on rotation, I'm not seeing the same spin in these cells. I think what we're starting to see here is as these cells get away from the coast, they're moving into an at least somewhat more stable environment. So perhaps as these cells lift towards Glades and Hendry, we'll watch the threat for tornadoes wind down. The cell of most concern right now, it's that one right there. Let's dive in. This is in northeastern Charlotte County. This is just north of Vermont Road. This is tracking northward towards the Sparkman area. Yeah, this rotation has clearly tightened here just west of Vermont. So as you go up 31 and begin to turn to DeSoto County, that's the area we're talking right now. We're going to watch this one very, very closely. If you're watching from Arcadia, this cell is heading in your general direction. Let me get a track on this for you. These cells are racing to the north at about 50 miles per hour. This one, another area that has really spun up and appears to be, by all indications, another cell capable of producing a tornado if it's not putting a tornado on the ground right now. Arcadia by 1:43. Let's even go earlier than that. Let's say by 1:35. So in 10 minutes, that's when this area of rotation will be moving into downtown Arcadia. This is going right up 31, heading into downtown Arcadia from the south. If you're in Arcadia right now, I've been preaching it across the board, but you probably just got that indication to your phone of that tornado warning. I know you often get tornado warnings. They're not often, this type of signature on radar. We're tracking long-lasting, strong, long-track tornadoes. You want to be in your interior room in your home, lowest level of your home. Don't go to the window. Don't try to get a view of the funnel with this storm. Don't be trying to get a video to get it up on social media. You want to protect your life and property now in Arcadia for this very quickly rotating storm that is moving towards the town. 1:43 is when this cell will arrive in Arcadia. Again, let's even call it a little bit earlier than that, about 1:35. Let's jump southward again along the line, along the broader line. We have another little area of spin. It's not as intense. That's that area moving out of Lehigh Acres, moving towards State Road 80. Let's dive in on that one. This is near River Hall. This is near Alva. This is going to stay just to the east of the Babcock Ranch community. Some roads for you here. Yeah, Palm Beach, State Road 80, Windmere Drive, Greenbrier Boulevard, Joel Boulevard, the Alva community. Here is Old Olga Road as it cuts off of 80, North River Road across the Caloosahatchee. There's an area of spin within this fast-moving thunderstorm that is working towards you here at this point in time. The River Hall community, you want to be sure you're in that interior room. That goes for Alva, that goes for Olga as well. Let's put a track on this storm, which is quickly moving off to the north as well, as they all are at about 50 miles per hour. This one will track over the Babcock Ranch Preserve. Stay just to the east of the Babcock Ranch community, moving at 50 miles per hour across interior portions of Charlotte County. This is where this one is heading, across the river and tracking to the north towards sort of the confluence there of Glades County, of Charlotte County, of DeSoto County. The most concerning signature on radar right now is with this cell that has really wrapped itself up south of Arcadia. This is a dangerous situation for Arcadia. This is just along 31. Let's dive in here. Let's follow this as this cell lifts northward. You see where Sparkman is marked on the map. This is just to the west of 41, just to the south and west of Joshua. I just heard the producer. If you have something to show, just go ahead and pop it up. Very well. We're watching this cell track its way towards Arcadia here. I want to put a track on this for you once again. North. Very well. We'll do. North at 50 miles per hour, moving towards Arcadia. There you go. 144. Arcadia, Lansing, 148. This will be crossing 17 right around these times. So if you're watching for Arcadia, we have a tornado-warned storm. We have a storm that, by all appearances, appears to be wrapping up. That tornado signature on radar appears to be getting stronger here as we get these new scans coming in. Similar appearance on radar right now. We have our area of rotation right along 31. This is crossing over from live radar. This is crossing over the Charlotte and DeSoto County line and quickly racing off to the north and west. A dangerous situation here for Arcadia, which, by the way, it appears we've allowed that tornado warning that included Lehigh Acres. That one has expired, it appears. If anything is reissued there, please let me know. There's that tornado warning, though, and this is the most concerning cell at this point in time, working quickly to the north at 50 miles per hour towards Arcadia. If you're in Arcadia, again, you want to be in that interior room, limit the number of doors and windows there. Don't try to get a picture of this. Don't try to get a video of this. Stay hunkered down as this storm passes by. Of course, we're still tracking the core of Milton as well, which, as we've been dealing with all these tornado warnings, the storm is basically due west of us right now. So with the reset, I want to throw it over to Jason Dunning with the latest on the storm.
Yeah, and we are getting hourly advisories on Hurricane Milton, so I obviously don't want to lose sight of the bigger picture. We have some very serious weather here across our area with multiple tornado warnings. Some good news I can share with you in terms of the tornado threat. That initial feeder band, which is producing several tornado warnings, that is in the process of moving out of our viewing area. You'll notice a little bit of a dry slot right here, so we will get a breather as we go through the first part of the afternoon. But here's the latest update. Movement to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. I always like to put on here the historical track, or basically this is the track that Milton has been taking over the last several hours. So right now a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 145 miles per hour. I'll say that there's indications that it's battling with some wind shear right now and also some dry air. That's why you see this little bit of a lull right here. We've got perhaps some dry air getting ingested into the system. The hope is that will help to weaken it as it approaches the coast of Southwest Florida and also up around the Sarasota area. And I'm going to share something from the National Hurricane Center in just a moment it's very telling and why we should not focus right now in the middle of the forecast cone. So now that we've looked at the advisory, we want to take a closer look at the track that it's taken. And this white line right here is the center line of the forecast cone. So this is the middle of the forecast cone. And what we're going to be watching for as we go through the afternoon and tonight is how close does the center stay along that center line. Why are we concerned about that? Well, that will kind of tell us if we're seeing any kind of deviations, any kind of wobble in the track. And at this point, miles matter. So even a slight deviation to the south would mean a higher magnitude of impacts for Southwest Florida as it relates to wind, as it relates to storm surge. And so we're going to be keeping a very close eye on the exact track that it takes as it starts to approach our coastline. The weather will continue to deteriorate as we go through the rest of the day today. After we get through this initial feeder band, okay, thanks for that. Looking at the wind field, something else I want to point out is the storm continues to grow in size. So as you look at the area shaded in orange, it is almost double the size that it was just 24 hours ago. So this is the extent of the tropical storm winds. These are the hurricane force winds. So when you think about a hurricane, those peak winds are just kind of a small portion right around the eye wall. That's where the strongest winds are. But one of the things that I want to kind of to drill down and show you is that we are beginning to see some of those tropical storm winds along our coastline. That wind field is beginning to arrive in Southwest Florida. So over the next few hours, you're going to notice the winds beginning to pick up. We could see some wind gusts up over 40, 60 miles per hour. I know that with that band that came through that prompted the tornado warnings, and we still have some out there, we had some wind gusts that topped 70 miles per hour. Actually, Ethan, if you wouldn't mind, if we could, in the control room, take our AWS computer. I want to look at some of the highest wind gusts that we've seen so far since I started talking about it. All right, so there's our Weather Now network, and I filtered out some of the highest winds. So at Page Field Airport in Fort Myers, confirmed wind gusts of 77 miles per hour. That was from that cell that spawned the tornado that went from Fort Myers up to North Fort Myers and up closer to the Babcock Ranch area. Fort Myers Beach wind gusts already up to 66. So we're starting to see now the winds beginning to pick up. Let's go back over to the Doppler 1 source. I want to get you caught up on the forecast track of Hurricane Milton. The next advisory due out at 2 p.m., so 30 minutes from now. But you can see how close the storm is to our coast, to Category 4 hurricane. And then watch the winds here as we go through time. This is the hope, anyway. Sometimes you don't know for certain until it happens. But by 8 o'clock tonight, winds at 125 miles per hour. That's still a major hurricane. So I hate to use the word weaken into a Category 3 storm because that's still going to cause significant impacts. But the hope is that it will continue to interact with some of that wind shear, which hopefully will interfere and disrupt that center and cause those winds to drop. Either way, this is a growing storm in size, and that also contributes to that the storm surge that is going to push along our coast. So expecting to see landfall tonight. If I had to kind of pick a time frame, I would say closer to 10 o'clock at night, at 2 o'clock in the morning, but some bad weather will happen even before that. So we need to leave right now? Okay, all right, so I guess I'll finish this up when I can. I'm told we're...
Just keep going if you want to keep.
Okay.
If you have more information,
Well,
keep going.
Yeah. Okay. That stuff can wait. We're just going to finish the forecast first. I thought maybe we had a press conference or something to go to. No, we don't. Okay. Want to look at the latest model plots because these update here as we go throughout the day. We haven't seen any major shifts. Coming up in the next couple hours, we're going to get a brand new set of forecast computer model plots, but I just want to show you, since I know you like to see these spaghetti plots, that all of these are keeping it north of the area, but it is possible to see some subtle shifts down to the south. This is one of the points that I wanted to get to. This is straight from the National Hurricane Center, and they say we would like to emphasize that Milton's exact landfall location is not possible to predict, even at this time. Particularly if the hurricane wobbles during the day and into the evening. So that's why I was kind of showing you that track line of any potential wobbles, and that's what we're going to be watching closely from our vantage point here in Southwest Florida. Here's a live view from Fort Myers Beach, Margaritaville Beach Resort, and as we go through the afternoon, you're going to see those water level rises for Fort Myers Beach. I think the peak of the surge will come this evening here, through the night tonight, and into the next high tide cycle into Thursday morning. So that's the view from Fort Myers Beach. You can see the wave heights being generated by this very large and powerful hurricane, up to 21 feet off of our coast. So you just kind of picture the hurricane generating all those waves and pushing those waves, pushing the water up against the coast. So this is going to be the worst aspect that we're going to have to deal with the hurricane by tonight. We have storm surge warnings in place for the coast of Southwest Florida. You'll see Lee County lit up here. The entire county doesn't mean we're going to get surge for the entire county, but along the Caloosahatchee, any connection to the Gulf of Mexico, expect to see some storm surge. Now, this is one of the most important things I can show you. The latest storm surge guidance and forecasts from the National Hurricane Center calling for 10 to 15 feet of surge along the immediate coast from Boca Grande, that's Gasparillo Island, up through the Placida area, Inglewood, Manasota Key, so coastal sections of Charlotte County, 8 to 12 feet of peak surge for the Lee County barrier islands. So as you go inland, we're not going to see this much storm surge. So these values will drop, but it is possible to see some surge for the southern part of the Cape and up the Caloosahatchee River. You probably remember back when we were tracking Helene, we had some flooding from a storm that was 200 miles off our coast. And the storm surge that we're going to see with this will be worse. And then for the Naples area, expecting storm surge about 5 to 8 feet. We're going to get into the exact timeline of which communities will see the surge. We'll talk about the tide times as well. I'm going to send it back over to the desk to share some of your pictures that you've sent in from some of the weather we've already seen today.
Yeah.
Jen?
Jason, thanks so much. We'll give you guys a 30-second break or something. It's been a very long 2.5 hours for you. They've been, our meteorologists have been following all of this tornadic activity.
Right.
I believe it was, what, Jim, about 5 tornadoes that have touched down in the last couple of hours? Yeah.
Yeah, they're counting right
Many,
now.
reportedly, but new photos of a possible tornado along Colonial and Summerlin in Fort Myers. Here's just an area west of the Edison Mall, just down the road from our TV station. Right in front of the midpoint, you can actually see some damage to that 7-Eleven there, debris all over the road.
And not too far away from this, take a look. We do have some video of what we believe is the tornado hitting on Brayman Avenue in Fort Myers. If you're not familiar where exactly that is, it's not too far from Lee Memorial Hospital and Fort Myers Country Club off of 41. And you can see some of the damage there that a viewer sent in, and we certainly appreciate you sending us that video. Speaking of tornadoes, we do have another tornado warning. We're going to get right over to Jim Dickey.
So let's get Doppler 2 back up behind me here. We can take a look at what we got going on across Southwest Florida. Again, Doppler 2 is that source. Number of active tornado warnings, still some dangerous storms. Now, the threat is shifting from our coastal communities to our inland areas here at this point in time. We have one tornado warned storm that is just now arriving in Arcadia. That tornado warning goes until 2 o'clock. We have a second tornado warning in northern Glades County. That's for a storm that is just north of Palmdale. That one goes until 2 o'clock as well. The purple flashing polygon, that is a confirmed tornado warning. That is in interior portions of Collier County. Let's take a look at all three, beginning with the storm in Arcadia. That cell, we were tracking it as it crossed out of Charlotte County. That cell is quickly moving into downtown. The area of concern within this is just along 31 here. So right about there, where 31 cuts northward into DeSoto County, where 31 crosses into Arcadia. That is where that area of rotation is lifting northward. Let me go ahead and switch back over and take a look at the velocity presentation, confirming what our live radar is showing you right there in Arcadia. Let me dive in and get a closer look at the street view. This is tracking right toward downtown. This is moving up 31, again, basically the intersection of 31 and State Highway 70. That is where this is tracking, where the Wawa is on 70, where the Chili's is right down the road. That is where this is moving towards DeSoto County High School. There's Turner Avenue. There's where the high school is. This is where this is tracking right now. So if you're watching from the eastern side of Arcadia, again, along State Road 70, along 31, along Turner there, and this is just east of downtown along 70. This is a rotating thunderstorm, has a long history of rotation. As I was watching this cell pulling away from the Babcock Ranch community, there did appear to be a funnel in this cell here and has been spinning for quite a while. So would not be surprised if we have a tornado on the ground right now moving across County Road 760, basically paralleling 31. This is going to cross 70 and stay just to the east of 17 in Arcadia and head just to the east of Turner Avenue as well. So those of you watching, especially from the eastern side of Arcadia, you want to stay to the lowest level of your home, an interior room. Again, no doors, no windows. Hunker down and stay put until that storm passes by. It's moving quickly at a fast 50 miles per hour as these cells have been moving. Let's dial into our cell in Palmdale. That is a concerning looking signature on radar as well in northern portions of Glades County. A very strong rotation signature right now. This is just off to the west of Old Lakeport Road. There's a tornado within this cell. It is right here. There's Old Lakeport Road moving away from Palmdale. This cell tracking to the north of 29. That is racing northward here too. All of them about 50 miles per hour. To get your bearings, here is 27. So this is off to the east of 27, moving northward. You see that dark blue, that green together right in between. That's that area of spin within the storm. There's a tornado on the ground. It is moving right along Old Lakeport Road. See where Fort Center is marked in the corner of the screen. That is where that cell is going. And not to be left out, I do want to take a look at the tornado warned cell, the confirmed tornado warning in Collier County. This cell is just now crossing Alligator Alley, and in fact, if we want to look at that camera, if it's still online, if someone can try to get that online, that camera there at near the toll booth, this is just east of 29, north and east of Deep Lake of Jeremy. That's where this area of rotation is. In fact, let me go ahead and switch over. And not quite as pronounced as it was a few moments ago when we had that confirmed tornado warning with that cell, that confirmed tornado reported on the ground. But all the same, a concerning storm that is lifting north of 75, lifting north of the alley in interior portions of Collier County. There is Bear Island. This is just to the east of that. We're going to be watching this for the Golden Gate Estates community as this is pulling away from you right now and heading towards portions of South Hendry County. But you can see what we've been dealing with. We got one area spin right there. We got another area spin right there. We have another area of spin right there. Potentially three tornadic sort of elements to this line here in South Collier County right now, interior Collier County. If you're watching from Naples, if you're watching from Marco, watching from Everglades City, this line has passed off to the north. At least for now, the threat for any additional tornadic activity has passed as well. Let's reset, take a look at the wide view of what we're talking about with these areas of rotation. So some good news here. A tornado warning has been allowed to expire in around the Arcadia community. We still have our tornado warning into Palmdale. Our confirmed tornado warning along 75, that is lifting its way northward away from the alley. We'll track that one as it goes into South Collier. Of course, as well, just now due west of Sanibel, about 115 miles 112 miles due west of Sanibel. That's where we find the center of Hurricane Milton. We report to you, let me go ahead and move this over. We report to you those high-end winds, those major hurricane winds are in this eye wall from Milton right now, in this sort of ring around the eye. So we're going to be watching that core closely as it lifts to the north and east. Spots like Naples, spots like Marco Island, the center of the storm has already lifted north of your latitude. We are not talking a direct landfall in Collier County from this one. We're not talking a landfall in Lee County from this one. We will still be watching for northern Charlotte County with that northeastern movement continuing from the storm as it continues to move off to the north and east. I think we can maybe take a reset here. I want to be sure that we get our bearings together and get another look at the latest from the Hurricane Center on the storm. So I'll either throw it back to the anchors from here, we can go to break, but I'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you so much, Jim. And we continue to track some of the damage and videos and pictures that you have been sending in to us, and we certainly appreciate that. You can send those, by the way, to newstips@nbc-2.com or abc-7.com, or you can go to our Facebook pages as well. This, if you take a look, is from Brian Maxwell. Thank you so much. This is Brandon Avenue in Fort Myers. We already saw some video that came in from another viewer to give you perspective. This is right by Lee Memorial, not too far from Fort Myers Country Club. But several of you have sent in some images of damage and obviously some wind and rain and ponding in that area. This is also a look at Matlacha. We did receive
very
this.
vulnerable area.
Oh my gosh,
As
yes.
Photos have been coming in from that location, especially near the Matlacha Bridge. Especially that location where you look east, inland. And I think we're looking at, I don't think this is the Matlacha footage right here, is it? There's the Matlacha footage.
Wow.
In fact, we showed that live over the air as it was happening, maybe a little over an hour ago. Damage is being reported here in the area. And then this is also footage. I think we have it at slowed down slightly, just to give you a little perspective of how gusty those winds were. I think winds definitely over 50 miles per hour there through that area. And then, of course, this is a photo tweeted out by the Lee County Sheriff's Office maybe about an hour ago, and down power lines this morning as a result of some kind of activity that was going through. I think we're still waiting on whether or not, or waiting, I should say, on a confirmation that it was, in fact, a tornado. But some activity, regardless, creating this type of situation and debris on the roads.
We also have a look at some brand new video of a tornado that touched down earlier in Hendry County. We appreciate our viewer Connie Holland Ryan. She took this video along State Road 80. She was right between LaBelle and State Roads 27. She said that she was heading east and she had to slow down to let this pass. We were able to show this to you live as well on one of our cameras, but there's a perspective from the ground. Certainly a disturbing sight, big funnel in the sky. I believe we have another angle as well.
Yeah, here's another angle of that. You can just see how wide the base is of that one. This tornado came down through the Hendry County area as well, all kind of part of a number of systems that kind of came up from the south and then made their way up to the northeast there. So these are new pictures that we're actually just getting from damage of that tornado, and taken by Jeanette Noonamaker. So Jeanette, thanks so much for sending that in. We'll just kind of cycle through some of these other pictures. Again, you see one from Emily Hager here.
Mm-hmm. That's by the Bell Tower
interior damage
park
there.
area. Wow, you can see and we knew that there were some definitely downbursts of wind and some issues. And of course, again, this is the Bell Tower area, not too far from some of the other damage that we were showing you. But look at that, wow. It's right by 41.
Yeah, we had that system that kind of came up through Gladiolus and 41 in that area. And then here you see the branches down. Definitely a lot of wind, and I think what made this well, I do know what made this system so dangerous, and a number of them that came through was the horizontal rainfall, and the danger there being rain-wrapped tornado systems that could be coming through the area. It makes it dangerous because you can't see them. You can't see the funnel. So you don't know 100% for certain if what is going on is a tornado.
That's why our meteorologists were so adamant about getting to an interior portion of your home or whatever structure you're in, because again, you can't see these tornadoes when they're rain wrapped, but my gosh.
And it just seemed like one was right after the other. I mean, it was a solid 2 hours of just tornado warnings coming out here and there.
Nonstop, and you can see some of that wind there. We do have new pictures as well. I think we have more tornado damage.
Is this off Colonial right there?
Okay, that's Colonial and De Leon.
Yeah, that's just right down the road. That is as you're coming up on that bridge that goes over 41.
You can see the 7-Eleven awning there damaged.
So that's just down the road from our television station.
Not too far from Edison Mall to give you an idea of where exactly that is. We also have some video of, let's see, that's Colonial and...
Is that still Colonial?
Oh, that's still De Leon? Okay.
We're just getting these photos in real time.
We're looking at them with you.
We're looking at them for the first time right now.
Now.
They're all coming in.
And we appreciate
minute by
that.
minute.
Thank you for sending these in. I believe we have footage of some flooding as well.
We have something from Savona.
Here's
Fort Myers right here. Savona's in the Cape Coral area, but that's Fort Myers. Just these heavy rain bands that were just coming through with that first band of Milton.
And it was that first major band that we
First
saw.
major band. And I mean, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but certainly under my recollection of covering a number of hurricanes here in the area, that was probably one of the more active first bands of a hurricane I've seen, probably in all the years I've lived in Southwest Florida.
Certainly with tornadic,
that kind of activity.
tornadic influence and issues. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that kind of thing ever. That many in that. You can see the rain almost sideways. Okay, this is the one we were speaking of. This is flooding in Savona. This is the southeast Cape, not too far from Cape Coral Parkway, right off of Del Prado. And that's an area that does flood a bit. It is right off of the river and off of a canal. But obviously an area that does flood, that's a major concern, because if it looks like that now, as we anticipate the storm surge coming, that is a concern. So my friends in Savona, keep an eye.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out.
Here we go. This was Summerlin. This was towards, I think, the Colonial area, Colonial and Summerlin. So obviously some pretty serious rain bands, horizontal rain, making it very blinding out there. Yeah, that first band that came through, you know, over the last 2.5 hours or so, it had a lot of activity within it. So, of course, our meteorologists are on top of everything that's going on. Are we tossing over to Lauren here in just a moment?
I believe Lauren has an update for us.
Lauren has some new information. Lauren, go ahead.
Yeah, we still have ongoing tornado warnings, but we want to reset for a moment and just show you where Hurricane Milton is and get you the latest, because in just a few minutes we are expecting that big 2 p.m. advisory update. So it has picked up in forward speed a lot. Milton will not be a slow-moving storm, moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. Winds still at Category 4, 145 miles per hour. We still expect the influence of wind shear to cause this to weaken to a Category 3. Landfall sometime late tonight, likely at this point before midnight. So that storm surge threat is going to be beginning soon. So we've been dealing with those outer bands lashing Southwest Florida, a bit of a tornado outbreak ongoing. And you can see all of this tornado warned. There are multiple areas of rotation back inland. We're talking east of I-75 for many areas like LaBelle, Palmdale, Clewiston. I want to show you these areas that have spun up. So initially these were closer to the coast, and now, especially for inland Collier County, we're seeing these areas continue to rotate. So I would just go ahead and say, if you live inland right now, you certainly are dealing with the likelihood of rotation at times, because we're seeing a lot of these spin up very quickly. But we need to start to transition into this storm surge concern, because this is going to begin heading into the late afternoon and early tonight. We are already seeing some reports of tropical storm force wind gusts, of course, confirmed tornadoes throughout the morning as well, up to 5 confirmed so far. Winds are sustained at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, but already up to 30 along areas like Marco. So as we transition into the afternoon, but particularly after sunset tonight, that storm surge threat is going to be very, very high. Heading into tomorrow morning, that threat still lingers. So even after the storm storm makes landfall. So what we're going to do is go town by town and talk about the tide times, because we're going to be approaching high tide heading into Thursday morning, and this is something you need to be prepared for. So Wednesday, rather into late tonight, 10 p.m., that low tide, but high tide kicking back in just after 4 a.m. Projections for Marco up to 5 to 8 feet of storm surge. For Point Bell, you are past low tide at this point. You are going to be working toward high tide 4:46 heading into Thursday morning. For Pine Island and Matlacha, we are going to be approaching low tide in the next 30 minutes, but high tide kicking in after Milton makes the landfall. 5:47 Thursday morning. Overnight, that storm surge threat really peaks. Downtown Fort Myers, we are approaching low tide 4:22, high tide 8:02. The reason we're showing you these is because it is so important as a storm approaches landfall that you don't see this coincide with high tide. And as of right now, for many spots, this is going to be in between our low and high tide cycle, so not necessarily enhanced by high tide, but we're not having low tide help us out either. Charlotte Harbor, low tide will be approaching that 3:26, and then we start to see that storm surge threat ramp up Thursday morning, high tide kicking in at 7:12. Here are those latest projections again for peak storm surge really ramping up tonight. 5 to 8 feet along coastal Collier County, 8 to 12 for coastal Lee County and up towards Charlotte Harbor, and peak storm surge along coastal Charlotte up to 15 feet. All right, so we are waiting any minute now on that 2 p.m. advisory, a big update, a new advisory and forecast cone. Meteorologist Jason Denning will be breaking down all the latest information as our team coverage of hurricane continues.
All right, we're in now. The reinforcements are here. We want to let everybody know that our coverage will continue. We are combining the forces of NBC2 and ABC7. I'm Kelly Burns, along with Peter Bush. We've got our team of meteorologists behind us. They are tracking everything. In the minute we get the information about the storm track, we will bring it to you.
Yeah, we have been on air 24/7 since Monday morning. So we're now on day 3 because we want to make sure that we're here for you whenever it's convenient for you. This has been a stressful week in Southwest Florida, but we're going to help guide you through it. We've already had tornadoes come through our community. One hit my neighborhood just an hour ago. This is scary stuff, but we are going to be calm voices to help you get through this storm every step of the way. So we'll take a quick break, and I think we'll press the reset button at the top of the hour. Oh, sorry. See?
You have the new. We have the new.
We just got new advisory, so we're going to go over to meteorologist Jason Dunning with some new information.
Just let us know what you want, where you want us to go next. Jason, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, great.
There we go. Making sure we have the right source. So we have seen some changes with this advisory. The winds have come down. I don't want to give you a false sense of hope that this is not going to be a major event for us, because it will be a major event for us. We did expect to see the intensity come down, but it is still a Category 4 hurricane. We'll probably continue to see this number come down as it moves into a much less favorable environment for strengthening. But there's the movement right now to the northeast at 16 miles per hour. And you can see there's that first rain band that moved in. So let's get to the forecast cone. Now, we don't get an update to the forecast cone until the 5 o'clock advisory, but we do get a new position of the storm, so everything kind of shifts over closer to the coast, so the cone might look a little bit different. There's the current position, winds at 130 miles per hour, and it's forecast to drop wind speeds by 8 o'clock tonight. Not a big difference really in terms of storm surge when you go from 130 to 125, even if it gets lower than that. And one of the reasons for that is because the storm is growing larger. One of the biggest drivers for storm surge is not necessarily that pocket of peak winds, but the sheer size of the storm. And so that's one of the biggest things that we're concerned about. And you can also see that timeline there, 8 o'clock tonight, just off of our coast. Portions of Charlotte County still in the forecast cone, so we're going to be watching for any kind of shifts. And the way the forecast cone works, I know we've been talking about this a lot over the last several days, but the storm can conceivably track anywhere inside the forecast cone. And this does not show you where you are going to see impacts. A perfect example of that is Collier County and Naples. We're pretty far removed from the forecast cone of movement, but we're still expecting to see significant storm surge along the coast of Collier County. As we get into early Thursday morning, those winds dropping down to 85 miles per hour, so that is going to make it a Category 1 hurricane, but it will continue to expand in size. And this storm surge event will probably last longer than previous ones as our winds continue to push onshore for a good part of the day on Thursday. And we're starting to get to that point now where winds are turning onshore. I've been monitoring some of the gauges around Naples and Marco Island. Those water levels are starting to come up, and you can see why here. We're starting to see a due south wind for the southward facing islands. Same thing for Sanibel and eventually Fort Myers Beach. So we're going to begin to see some water level rises as we go through the next couple of hours. Wind gusts right now up to tropical storm strength, so that tropical storm force wind field has begun to reach portions of southwest Florida, especially our coastline. Want to update you on the potential surge. So this is basically what to prepare for, and hopefully if you're in an evacuation zone, you've been asked to leave, you've left, because we're really running out of time here. So for Collier County, I'm starting here because this is where we're going to start to see some of the storm surge flooding first. For Marco Island, now an important point to make here, because we talk about the peak surge being 4 to 8 feet for Collier County. That's only going to be along the immediate coast, but some of these lower lying areas, you can see how far the surge makes it, and perhaps even all the way up to the East Trail. That's because this is kind of a very marshy area in the 10,000 Islands, so that's why you see it moving farther inland, and it doesn't go as far inland as you get up closer to Naples. Let's take a closer look at Lee County, because these maps are constantly updated. So in terms of the peak surge, sort of a reasonable worst case scenario, portions of far southern Cape Coral along the Caloosahatchee into downtown Fort Myers. We do expect to see some flooding from storm surge. Western portions of Cape Coral closer to the Gulf of Mexico. Really concerned about Matlacha and especially the barrier islands. Fort Myers Beach will likely be covered in water by this evening and overnight tonight from those onshore winds, and then also for portions of Pine Island. So there is no reason to be on a barrier island. You've been asked to leave. Please do so if you haven't already. And the area of greatest concern that I have for our viewing area is for Charlotte County, since we're going to be closer to the core of the storm. So the winds are going to be stronger as you go farther north. And you can see all of these colors here, and you can see the color coding here on the top part of the screen. And this is an area where we could see, up to 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. It doesn't mean we're going to see that in this entire area, but the most vulnerable locations highlighted in red, that would be the southern tip of the Cape Hayes Peninsula. And along the immediate coast of Charlotte County, we could see as much as 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. And then up the Myakka River, if you live close to the river, you can see how that surge sort of spills over. Same thing for the Peace River. Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, we're most likely going to see what's going to be some devastating flooding here, worse than what we saw with Helene, and even around the Deep Creek area. You can see how these colors kind of follow the Peace River, and even up into portions of DeSoto County, we expect to see this water get funneled by those hurricane force winds, or at least hurricane force wind gusts, and that onshore wind will persist for quite some time. So I just wanted to spend some time, because I know we've had a lot of questions about storm surge. I know it can be confusing. Trying to answer as many of your questions as we can. As we look at the Milton model plots, we have some afternoon runs, what we call runs of the models. So they release these every 6 hours. And we haven't seen a big shift. Everything kind of pointed over towards Sarasota. Is it possible that we see these shift again? Or maybe we could see a little bit of a jog to the south? Yes, that's possible. And in the farther south that we go, let's say it takes a track that's more like this instead of like this, even if it's just a few miles, that would increase the impacts that we're going to see as it relates to storm surge and also as it relates to the wind. Here's a good way to visualize a storm. This is our future cast, and we'll take this all the way through tomorrow. And there's a couple of really important things I want to point out here with respect Okay, thank you. I'm just getting some cues here from my producer. So we're going to go through this here in the next 1 minute, and I want you to focus on the location of the storm. So we're getting to the point this afternoon where it's going to be due west of Southwest Florida, but then we expect it to take more of an easterly turn. So the question is, exactly where does it take that easterly turn and to what degree? The model consensus is that it starts that as we get towards Sarasota area by tonight. So we might not be looking at landfall until late tonight, maybe not closer to midnight as the storm starts to slow down a little bit. And then this is the kind of the time frame we're concerned about with storm surge flooding. You can see the wind direction. It's about the wind direction and the size of the storm, the angle of approach, all that's factored in when we're talking about storm surge. And those winds will be coming onshore beginning tonight and even through the overnight hours into Thursday morning. In particular to Thursday morning, that's when we're going to have the winds blowing right up against the coastline, and we're also going into a high tide cycle first thing in the morning on Thursday. So the storm surge threat for us tonight through the first half of the day tomorrow, then I think we'll start to see some improvements late Thursday and especially by Friday. I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Lauren Hope.